papa moi esia papa oh jolly papa moi esia jolly papa moi esia papa oh jolly papa moi esia Ipayame mara medawasi ewada wachiremi Ipayame mara medawasi midopa Tamuno tain tamuno bo Obasi zizio Temeho meka oh Mi melo anio I say jana ludo I say you're at your for Damn oh mega oh Kali papa moi esia papa oh Jolly papa moi esia Jolly papa moi esia papa oh Jolly papa moi esia
The universe bear witness to the sacred code. The ground beneath us does not yield to seasonal guests. The tenant cannot sack the landlord. The employee can never sack the employer. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu remains the supreme leader of IPOB. His command is final. Whatever he says goes. Pursuant to the strict authority of the supreme leader and the sacred unyielding IPO code of conduct, the third administration of the DOS is hereby dissolved. The sentence is passed, your names are permanently erased. Chikaedozi, you are sacked. Tony Nzurumike, you are sacked. Austin Agbanyim, you are sacked. Kukurio Forma, you are sacked. Isaiah Uba, you are sacked. Collins Chinedu, you are sacked. Gina Zanworu, you are sacked. Fidelis Ejogu, you are sacked. Chidin Manworu, Juliet Edward Filatro, you are sacked. Keuda, you are indefinitely expelled. You are Nigerian agents. Stay off from my POB. You no longer speak, you no longer act for the children of light. The employee cannot fire the boss. Tenant cannot sack the landlord. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is the leader, the supreme leader of IPOB. Through the trials, through the chains, his word remains absolute. Whatever Mazi Nnamdi Kanu says goes. Whatever the supreme leader says goes. They thought darkness could hide the shadows of greed. They forgot the soil remembers every treacherous deed. After the illegal extraction, when the leader was taken away, the enemies of the struggle came out to play. Governor Dave Umahi paid $500,000, a blood money bribe to buy collars for the scholars of shame. They took the cash, sabotaged the release, and traded the crown, bribing media houses just to tear the leader's legacy down. But the truth is a rock, it crushes the hand that betrays. But in the darkest hour, the true guardian stood high, refusing to let the message of restoration die. We lift our voices to honor the ones who defended the light, the shield of the truth in the dead of the night. Thank you, Biafra, Vanguard Media, for standing so bold, for ensuring the unfiltered truth was always told. Salute to the dedicated souls of habit, standing the test. Salute to the rising sun, unyielding and blessed, and the ambassador for self-determination marching ahead, keeping the fire burning for the living and the dead. You defended the leader, you shielded the name from the stain. Oh, whatever Mazi Nnamdi Kanu says goes. Whatever the supreme leader says goes. The fourth Doris is here, working with global power to heal the land. The genocide must stop, the boss has spoken. Victory is absolute.
Prayer of David from the book of Psalm, chapter 7. And I will pray in English because a lot of people are listening all over the world. I mean, a lot. Millions are listening all over the world. And I want them to follow our proceedings this very evening. Very, very critical, very, very important that we do so. O Lord, my God, the creator of the heavens and the earth, we take refuge in you. Save and deliver us from all that pursue us. Because if you look away from us, they will tear us apart like a lion and rip us to pieces with no one to rescue us. Because the world is against Biafra for no reason. We are hated, we are despised for no discernible reason. Only thee, O Lord God Almighty in heaven, is our Savior, not man. You must come to our rescue, because you are our Lord and you are our God. If we have done this, if I have done anything, if there is guilt on my hands, if I have repaid anybody, be it friend or an adversary, with evil or without cause have done wrong to any man or woman, then let the Fulani Janjaweed pursue and overtake me. Let them trample down my life to the ground and make me sleep in the dust. Arise, O Elohim, Adonai El Shaddai, in your anger, rise up against the rage of the Fulani Janjaweed Caliphate and the Zoological Republic. You will rise and you will fight for your children. You will awake, O Heavenly Father, Lord God Almighty, the creator of the heavens and the earth, the owner of the universe, for you must decree justice. Let your children and all men and of goodwill gather around you while you sit on top of your throne in the highest of the heavens, the habitation that only thee can ever occupy. Only you, O Heavenly Father, will judge the people. You will vindicate me, O Lord. You will vindicate IPOB. You will vindicate your children of Biafra according to our righteousness, according to our integrity. O Most High, bring an end to the violence of the wicked. Bring an end to Fulani Janjaweed violence in our land. Bring an end to their abductions. Bring an end to their kidnappings. Bring an end to their extrajudicial slaughter of the innocent. Bring an end to their forced conversion of Christians into Islam. Bring to an end their mediocrity. Bring to an end their senseless feudal rule. Bring to an end their evil and their deception. Come and secure the righteous, because only you, O God Almighty in heaven, can see in the dark. Only you know the hearts of men. You are our shield. We have nobody. Between 67 and 1970, the whole world ganged up and fought against your children. We did not steal anything from anybody. We did not go after anybody's possession nor inheritance. We were on our own in the land that you gave to our ancestors. They conspired, they connived, they colluded to kill us. Over 5 million people. We are dead at the end of it. You are our shield. We do not trust in any man or in any state. We trust only in thee, because you are God and you always save the upright at heart. Anybody whose heart is clean, O Heavenly Father, to those you do not abandon to their enemies. That is why you cannot abandon IPOB. That is why Biafra can never be abandoned. Because your words are yea and amen. You are God, you're not human. Facebook may have been bought over by Nigeria, and we pray that Twitter will not succumb to their threats and their violence. You are God, and you are an upright and a just judge. But you are also a God that displays his wrath every blessed day. If Fulani Janjaweed do not relent in what they are doing, if the Fulani Caliphate continues to pursue this scorched earth policy of abductions and murder and mayhem, then you, O Lord God in heaven, you will sharpen your sword, you will bend and string your bow, you will prepare your deadly weapons, you will make ready your flaming arrows. Whoever is pregnant with evil conceives trouble and gives birth to disillusionment. That is what is happening in the zoo called Nigeria. Nigeria is pregnant with evil because it conceived trouble and it has now given birth to disillusionment. All the holes that the Fulani Janjaweed are digging for us into that pit, they are falling into one after the other. The trouble that they have caused will always rebound on them. Their violence will come down on their own heads. O Heavenly Father, for we shall give thee thanks always, all the days of our lives, because only thee is righteous. We shall sing songs of praise unto your holy name, O Most High. For as long as there is a child on this earth of Biafran descent and heritage, O Heavenly Father, we shall worship your name and your name alone, now and forevermore, we pray. He said, that was our prayer this evening. We are now going to proceed without further hesitation to bring to you the gospel which I have been mandated by heaven to preach to the children of men. Nzogu school was a revolution against your incompetence and your unbridled tribalism. I said it before, maybe some people did not hear me very well. Nzogu school was a revolution. I don't support it. I don't think that you should have gone on to kill those morons from the north that he killed. You should have left them, allowed their own people to tear them to pieces. A popular revolution. Not by way of a coup. I don't believe in coups. I don't believe in it. It was this Janjaweed who brought imbalance and injustice, unfairness into Nigeria's governance with the help of the United Kingdom. Because they see you as their slaves, you are still a colony. You are still niggers to them. After all, that was what they named you, Nigeria. Nigger area. People who are niggers occupying a nigger area. That's your name, Nigeria. That's the meaning of Nigeria. If you don't know. If when they call it Nigeria, it sounds a bit sweet. It sounds a bit okay. Nigger area. That's who you are. You're a nigger. That's your name. French, they call it Niger. Black people in this UG. Lord, have mercy upon your souls. It was the Janjaweed that brought in all this garbage into the zoo. And we are going to fight them every inch of the way. We're not going to concede. Not 1 inch. And Umahi, Miyetiala, if you are in any forest in Biafra land, you are gone. We'll meet you there and you will die. Leave our forest alone. The same people that said no, ban on open grazing, have they been able to enforce it? It is actually ESN that is enforcing the ban on open grazing. That is why no cattle should be seen in our forest. We don't want people there. Because it is a plan by the Fulani Janjaweed to make our life an absolute misery. I want to turn to my own fellow Biafrans, those in Bayelsa State. You know, I'm sure by tomorrow now, DSS will give you some money. Maybe, I don't know if it's, I think now what they give is, I don't know if it's 400,000 naira for you to get a group of people, share you 400,000 naira to present your face as maybe one group or solidarity advocacy group of Bayelsa. I want to ask Edwin Clark this very evening. He's an old man, so he knows. He was a traitor, a frontline traitor during the war. All of you that betrayed Biafra, where are you today? Edwin Clark, I'm asking you, where are you today? And I don't want to talk about Honorin, the man that they removed, and none of you did anything about it. But you're from the so-called South-South, you're Niger Delta, or South-South-South, or South-South-South-South-South. I don't know where the South will stop. Because in geography, there's nothing, in no cardinal point is South-South. I want to ask you this evening. There is a man called Moses Jitobo from Biafra State. He was meant to be the next IG of police. He's the one who's supposed to be there now. 2 months ago, when Adamu's tenure was over, they played the game and prolonged his tenure to another 3 months. He came to talk rubbish, and they sacked him. This man he's a young man because I'm older than him. He's only 52 years old. He should have been the IG of police. His name is Moses Jitobo from Biafra State. They retired him at the age of 52 instead of making him the IG of police. And now what they did, they went for a 57-year-old northern Fulani Muslim to make him the acting IG of police. And I have not heard anybody crying from Biafra of marginalization. I have not heard any of them come to lament or protest about domination. The oil in our land, the oil that you have in the land of Biafra, 80% of it belongs to the north. The other 19.5% belongs to Yoruba. Only 0.5% belongs to 1 or 2 people from the east. Nobody's dominating you. Do you see how clever the Fulanis are, how they play this very game? Fulani, they don't have any issues. All they need to do is to get you hating yourselves. That is all they need to do. Very clever, very brilliant tactics, I'm telling you. Very, very brilliant. All they need to do is to get you to hate yourselves. That is all they need to do. And then they relax and they enjoy the fallout. It was the stupidity of the likes of Edwin Clark that made it possible for them to dismiss Onogen. He wasn't the Chief Justice for long. They made it possible for this young man, Moses Jitobo, to be disgraced out of Abuja at the age of 52. You know, I keep telling them, treachery never pays. DSS will come to us, oh, don't worry, you're not him, or you're alone. I accept your independence. Because they know that alone you cannot fight them. Do you think they're stupid? It's a simple case of divide and rule. They know if you're... Look at Ogoni, I keep asking every day. Have they cleaned the land of Ogoni? Have they gotten their independence? Have they... has life improved in Ogoni land? The answer is no. But the Fulani will encourage you to assert your Ogoni identity over Biafra. You're not Biafra. Biafra is what binds all of us together. And with the name Biafra, we can fight and be free. All of us. But they tell you, don't support Biafra. You're Ogoni. You are a job. But our brother has been sacked. What did you do? Because you are too small to confront the might of Fulani Janjaweedism. You are too small. You cannot. Only in Biafra can we confront them. Do you understand what I'm saying? That was why I remember the DSS director, again also from Biafra, that they removed. They sacked him. They sacked Onogen. They sacked it. And that oil you're fighting for, what's it called again? Resource control. You can never get it. You can never ever get it. From now till the kingdom come, you can't. Do you know why? Because they cleverly carved you out of Biafra. Once you're out of Biafra, everything you're asking for, everything you're agitating for, you can never get. But as one, we are unstoppable. Absolutely unstoppable. Ask yourself this question. Why is it that the Janjaweed are concerned with you, some of you in the East, politicians taking over and floating your own security outfit by state, when they have a greater problem in the North? Some of you, I have preached this thing before, but some of you don't listen. Britain knows what I'm saying. Obasanjo, who is their slave, understands what I'm saying. Every intelligence agency in the world understands what I'm saying. Who created ISIS in West Africa province? I think it was yesterday that they released the video of Saturday's attack on Damasak in Borno. Do you know why they keep attacking Borno all the time? Some of you don't know this, do you? You have no idea. It is how the Fulanis behave. They are attacking Borno because Borno never fell to Fulani Caliphate. And there was a strategy that I learned from the Shehu of Borno that fought the Fulani when they were coming. Anywhere they gather, the Shehu of Borno will attack them. The Shehu never allowed the Fulani to attack his kingdom. Never. Never. The paramount ruler of Borno, his title is the Shehu of Borno, not Emir of Borno. Shehu of Borno. It's only now that the Fulanis are forcibly creating their emirates all over the place. In that part of the world. For Borno never fell. The Kanem Borno Empire never fell. They are not Fulani. Medugri is not Fulani. Borno is not Fulani. They are Kanem Borno people. Very old as well, if I might add. They fought against the Fulani by attacking every Fulani formation. Every Fulani army sent to attack them, to conquer them, they defeated. And do you know oh God, these people don't know history. The people leading the charge were actually Fulanis, but the foot soldiers were Hausa people. The same way it is today. That is why every Fulani terror group is focusing on Borno. They want Borno to fall to them. That is something that people don't know. You know when I say, oh, we Northerners, that is the trick they play on some of you. Fulani will say, we Northerners. And that Northerners they're mentioning includes Igbo people in Benue State. That is the joke of the century. We Northerners, but they're in Borno, attacking Borno. ISIS in West Africa released a video of Saturday's attack on Damasak in Borno State. I have not heard people say, oh, there's instability in Borno, do something, let's do this, let's do this. Innocent people were released from a prison in nowhere. Everywhere, hey, even governor's forum, everybody, our life is in danger, security everywhere. But in Borno is being ravaged on all sides, from all sides by Fulani Janjaweed, from every angle. Borno is in trouble. Are you not aware of that? But they're focusing on nowhere. They released their video. The reason why I'm mentioning this is this. I want to let you understand something you don't know. It was Buhari when he was alive that created ISIS in West Africa. Buhari created ISIS. They thought they were being very clever. You know DSS in Nigeria, they're so foolish. All they know in life, they think if we divide them, if we get somebody, Opudele of Rip-Up or somebody like that, or form Ibugwa to rival ESN, somehow they will succeed. That is how they are. That is their mindset. It's full on a Janjaweed. That is the way they reason. Replicate everything IPOB is doing. That is why even I think Facebook has shut down. They've shut down. We are broadcasting from that. Oh God! Isn't it very funny that Facebook has shut down my live broadcast this evening? But the same Facebook will allow multiple fake accounts run by DSS to be opened up in my name. Multiple fake Mazen Nnamdi Kanu accounts everywhere. They won't do anything. That one that they know that people identify me with, they want to shut it down. Let us try them. I want to try them once again. They're very foolish. And funny enough, these are Yoruba young people in Lagos doing all of, black people. If you want to conquer us, you use us to conquer ourselves. That's the way it is. They think they're doing their job, earning their pay, but they're enslaving themselves. The more they do this, the more that Fulanis take over their forest, isn't it? The more Fulani people are in their forest taking it over. They don't understand that what goes around comes around. We are live and we are direct. I think they may have shut it down. I don't know. There are 4 people now watching. From 4,000 to 4. We've now gone up to 20, maybe 24 people watching. But we must preach the gospel of heaven. We must preach this very gospel here. As I was saying before, I was rudely interrupted by the unethical conduct of Facebook by removing my broadcast this evening. ISIS in West Africa was created by the late dead Muhammadu Buhari. before our eyes in 2016. Buhari called Boko Haram his brothers. Buhari then, when he was alive, not this idiot you're seeing now, the original Buhari is dead and buried in a shallow grave in Saudi Arabia. When he was alive, he called Boko Haram his brothers. He turned around and said that any attack against Boko Haram is an attack against the North. Understand this very clearly, please. When he became the president of the zoo, having used Boko Haram to discredit Jonathan's administration, he called them for a roundtable meeting. They took his money. That's number one. And they told him they would stop, but they continued to attack Muslims in the North that they felt were apostates, people who didn't quite believe in their own vision or brand of Islam. Do you know what happened? Buhari now went out to go and get the son of Yusuf Mohammed, the founder of Boko Haram. His name is Al-Banawi. I've preached this many times, but because zoo people are hard at it, you know, they are deaf and dumb sometimes. It's very, very idiotic. Allow me to repeat. Buhari went and recruited Al-Banawi, the son. He was a commander in Boko Haram under Shekau. They caught him and brought him to a court in Abuja. Unfortunately for them, I was in court the same day, in the same court of Tozo, when they brought him to court. He was laughing and smiling, no handcuffs, no chains. But we, fighting for freedom, we came to court with handcuffs and in chains. After a while, I think it was Binta Nyako's court, they released him. Buhari gave the order that he should be released. He shouldn't be arrested. Al-Banawi was released and given the task of only attacking the army and police and Christian worship centers. Buhari was upset that Boko Haram abandoned the plan that they reached, and we are now attacking Muslims as well, bombing mosques. He was very, very upset. He now got the son of Mohammed Yusuf that Nigeria police killed to head ISIS in West Africa. Because the late dead Buhari was a very big fan of ISIS. He was a fundamentalist. He was one of those, you know, Wahhabi, should I say, people with a very distorted view of Islam. His sect was Wahhabi. He was a very staunch believer in the Wahhabi tendencies. He wanted to conquer the whole of Nigeria for Islam. But some of you were too foolish to understand. That is why they have concentration of power in the north. That is why they want to run the zoo called Nigeria as a police state. That is why they can do anything and get away with it. Anything, Fulani can do anything, including coming to your village. They can go to your village tonight and massacre all of you and nothing will happen. Buhari called this little boy called Al-Banawi and asked him to head ISIS to do for him what Shekau refused to do. Today, or should I say on Saturday, they attacked and sacked a village in Damasak in Borno. He was in custody. Not reasonable. No, he was released. Go to the court records in Abuja, you will see it there. That is why Nigeria is a country of hypocrites. Unrepentant hypocrites. And that is why the zoo must fall. The zoo must fall. You are in a country where people are telling you that Chad, a separate sovereign nation, should benefit from Nigeria. They brought in their NIN, national identification, whatever rubbish. 4 million Chadians have NIN right now as we speak. They want to unite the Fulani people together. Whereas in the East, only in the East, division everywhere through the governors that they imposed upon all of you. None of these governors can go back, go to the quiet of their bedroom and ask themselves, this thing I'm doing, is it right? How come I am here persecuting my own people? And sometimes I want Wike to be able to reason. How come I'm here persecuting my own people, whereas in the north, They are uniting the Fulani people, even those who are killing, pillaging, raping, and murdering others. They never reason, they never think. That is why they are in the mess they are in today. And that is why there can never, ever be any forgiveness. The Fulani, when they came into power, they told you, we are here to fight corruption. We must fight corruption, as they call it. Some of you were taken in by it. Some of you were so foolish you even believe them. But I know who they are. I know that Buhari is one of the most corrupt people in the world. The wife is corrupt. Aisha Buhari is wanted in the USA for corruption. She was implicated in the Halliburton bribery scandal. Aisha Buhari cannot travel to the USA. But you call the late dead husband a saint. But the wife is a criminal. The husband is like, I mean, come on, you push you to wake up and smell the fura di nunu, not coffee this time around. I just want to point out how foolish your average Nigerian is. How idiotic they are. I am asking you a question. Why is it that Aisha cannot travel? Because the Fulani are corrupt. Even Lugard captured it in his report. That the Fulani are very lazy and corrupt. He said it. They just want to have a good time. Like go to Dubai. They always prefer to go to places that have been finished by other people. They go to Dubai, they have fun. They go to England, they buy houses. That's what they go to US. They make, but now of course, Trump banned all of them. They can no longer go there. Only if the new US president will allow them to go in. Why am I saying what I'm saying? Because the Fulanis have stolen money again. They steal money every day. They have their ruling classes, the Abakiaris of this world, their families, making your life a misery. And you are from the south. Every blessed day. What Nigeria? Our country, Nigeria. Fulani is busy milking you dry and you are foolishly shouting one Nigeria because you're a fool, a complete idiot. What did they do? We have been writing to the Accountant General and Ministry of Defense, asking them to refund the money that they took from us. How much did they take? 7.5 billion. Secret withdrawals. Even the Senate of the Zoo summoned the Finance Minister and the AGF and ask yourself this question. Why is it that nothing will happen? Because there is an inbuilt Fulani majority in both houses. Common sense. I want the stupid governors in the East to understand the way that the Fulani is. Oh, they were even paid. They kidnapped somebody. Nonso Anyakora. Fulani people received in our land 10 million to release him. And the governor in Anambra, but the governor is fighting IPOB and ESN. Do you see? Anyway, I give kudos to, well done, Fulani. You did a very good job in dividing our people and making us appear very foolish. Let me go back to this. Let me leave the idiocy of Obia not to follow him. Let me go back to this thing. That the Fulanis are the most corrupt people in Nigeria. Some of you, I don't know how you allow yourselves to be deceived. I think Tinubu used Yoruba media might to deceive all of you, in the hope that in 2023 he'll become the president of the zoo. Now let me read this from you. This is news in the zoo, by the way. Zoo called Nigeria. Senate Committee on Public Accounts has summoned the Minister of Finance, Ahmed Zainab. That's the side chick of Abba Kyari before he died. Ahmed Zainab. And the Accountant General of the Federation, Ahmed Idris, Finance Minister, Accountant General, both Fulani, over the secret withdrawal of 7.5 billion from the 2% National Automotive Design and Development Council levy account domiciled with the central bank. In other words, in Nigeria, the only place in the world where an idiot can walk into central bank because they one coward they put there, and say, give me 7.5. Oh, yes, ma'am, here you are. We drew 7.5 billion naira in cash. Fulani, that's how they steal. You know, in the East, they go for security vote of 200 million a year. Fulani go into the central bank and collect cash. 7.5 billion cash, raw cash. According to the Senate, the report indicated that the first 3.8 billion was withdrawn in 2 installments. In other words, all the facts and figures are there. 2.8 billion in 2005 and 2015 and 1 billion 2016. Are you following? Contained in a report. They are asking them, where is the money? These are the people that was holding Olisametuo for 250 million naira. Not even the price of that, not even up to the amount that Aisha spent for these few months that she ran away to Dubai with her boyfriend, with her lover. Fulani stole 7.5 billion. 2 people. Fulani finance minister, Fulani accountant general, and you're in one Nigeria, where there is a federal character. Lord have mercy upon you people. Lord have mercy. This is why we want to go. I want Britain to understand that this is the reason why Biafra must stand. And this is the reason why we must stop it. Not only are they stealing our money, they control almost with their Tinubu counterpart 95.5% of the oil in our land. They go to central bank and they steal money from us. They are building their way for their relatives in Niger Republic. And you're telling me to be in such a country? I think you must be demented. And on that note, or should I say, before we close actually, call to Biafrans all over the world, thank you for joining this State of the Nation broadcast today, the 29th day of July 2022. We have come again to continue to preach, and continue to create awareness, and to inform Biafrans how far we have gone so far. Today is yet another great day that the event taking place in the collapsed and the failed state called Nigeria continue to draw us closer to our freedom. I have come today to inform you that the more you try to take hold on the Nigeria, the more Nigeria fails you. Without wasting any time, you are listening to this particular State of the Nation address today, live on the Voice of Biafra, and live on Enter Biafra channel 1 and 2, and live on Enter Biafra YouTube channel, and all autopiloted at POB channel and platform on different social media. I want to specifically talk to Biafra people across Nigeria. For those of you who feel so insecure, in your different state where you stay in Nigeria. For those of you who are presently residing in Abuja, the capital city or the capital of Nigeria. Abuja is now under serious attack, terrorist attack. This terrorist attack is being sponsored by the same caliphate, by the same Fulani government. It is all Islamic agenda. I want you to understand that this war that you see already happening before your very own eyes is something that I planned many years ago. We saw it coming. We called your attention. You didn't listen. Some of you build your mansions in Abuja. You thought Abuja is going to be
heaven on earth in Nigeria, you did not see what is happening today coming. But we told you. I want to address Biafrans, especially what we have researched, investigated, to be one of the biggest problems of Biafra people across Nigeria. When insecurity is impacting the important area of our life, when you find yourself in a country that the officials, the security agencies, and those who controls the affair of the nation are part and parcel of the Islamization and Fulanization agenda. They sponsor terrorism, all manner of insecurities and all that. How does that impact your life? And today, I am talking to you as a Biafra person. Sometimes, people happen to have grown up in an environment where they learn to be insecure, not to trust themselves and their skills. Nigeria has provided that for you. Nigeria has made it possible for you as a Biafra person, especially those of you from the Igbo speaking part of Biafra, not to trust yourself and to trust your skills. Today, we have come to inform you that I am telling you that you who are thinking towards this line of not trusting yourself and not trusting your skill, and you are scared, how will you survive in the Republic of Biafra? I tell you, this is what Nigeria has offered you, and we will change it when Biafra comes in 2023. At times, the school in Nigeria plays a very crucial role, especially if you grow up in Nigeria where schools are on strike almost all your life. The government, instead of investing in school in Nigeria, they have invested about $21 billion to fund Islamic organization in the name of aid. Are you aware of that? Biafra people today, Oduduwa people, and the other ethnic nationalities in Nigeria, are you aware that Nigeria, that will end next year, has funded Islamic organization with $21 billion? If you don't know, I am telling you today that they have funded Islamic organization with $21 billion. The effect of the funding of these various Islamic organizations led to what you are watching today happening in Abuja. It led to Nigeria government has openly and secretly funded terrorism, even recruited them into Nigeria army. And like I said, they are now about to take over Abuja. As you all know, they have threatened the president that they are going to kidnap him. And at the same time, we are stepping up our game for liberation of Biafra and to break away from Nigeria in 2023. I want you to understand that this is what Nigeria is offering some of you, the Biafra people, in our own ammunition for Biafra restoration and Biafra liberation, to be able to withstand these terrorists that you see that are being backed by the Nigerian government. For those of you who are into security, you can make your calculation to know how much of arms and ammunition that these people wasted. I wouldn't say waste, but because they are making their point. You can now check that self to know the amount and the number bullet they spent and wasted last night. So, I tell you today that why the Nigerian government allow your universities to be on strike, they have spent 21 billion to fund Islamic organization. And that is what is giving birth to the insecurity and the Fulanization of Nigeria you see today. Yet, to some of you, it is not yet reality. I tell you, this is what we will never do in Biafra land. Our money will be invested in innovation. Our money will be invested in schools, technologies, and in security when Biafra comes in 2023. While you are wondering, Singapore gained independence just a few years ago. Nigeria have gained its independence and almost there is nothing to show for Nigeria. Every country has excelled from their independence. Only Nigeria is going backward. After independence, some Nigerians, some stupid, idiotic and foolish Nigerians are shouting they want to go back to the constitution of Nigeria before independence. While other people have excelled, they have lived above what led to their independence only in a failed state like Nigeria. The people will want to go back to 1959 constitution. And they didn't know what led to the collapse of the security architecture in Nigeria. Because the money that Singapore was using to invest in technology, research, and school, Nigeria was busy investing in religion. Nigeria was busy investing in an Islamic organization up to the tune of $21 billion. It is fact. I want to tell you, Biafrans, today that the time has come that we will not just be telling you about the liberation of Biafra from Nigeria, but we will be telling you about the morality of life. Lack of self-esteem also comes from the inside. We are the ones that learn to tell ourselves that we need to be perfect in order not to be accepted by peers, but also to accept ourselves. People with a very low esteem tend to be very tough on themselves, with no regard to their achievement and qualities. Nigeria have succeeded in making you, the Biafra, especially the Igbo-speaking part of Biafra, to be a very low esteem people. Those of you that shout one Nigeria. I tell you today, this is what Nigeria has offered you as a Biafran or a non-Fulani with the Nigeria contest. But in Biafra, we will build your self-esteem through a well-grounded governmental policies that put nation on top of the world. Of course, bad experiences that lie in the past are a constant reminder of the image we have for ourselves. They tell you you have fought Biafra war. They tell you you fought Biafra war. You want to fight Biafra again. And they deceive you. They tell you you are corrupt. You are corrupt. You can't govern yourself. Igbo people, you are corrupt. Igbo'S are corrupt. Igbo'S are scammers. Igbo'S are this. You can't govern yourself. You want everybody want to be chairman. Everybody want to be leader. They install these things, fallacies into you. It germinated today to the extent that some of you now choose Abuja to be your home, thinking that Abuja is going to be a safe haven for you. Didn't you? By now you think you are going to build mansion on top of the sky in Abuja. Today, Abuja has fallen. Abuja has fallen. Will your self-esteem help you? Will this thing that the Fulani injected in you help you? You know, when we were growing up, this particular something that the Fulani injected on average Igbo man or Biafra, they tell you Hausa people are the one that's always speaking the truth. They tell you you can trust Hausa person more than an Igbo person. They tell you if you want to bring a security, bring Hausa man. You will keep your phone, the Hausa man will be there and your phone will not disappear. All these junks, all this evil, all this plan, all this thing, that mechanism they put to make sure they install this hatred amongst your brothers has been germinating, and today that is what is putting you in Abuja. When we talk about Biafra, you say you better stay in Nigeria. I want to know how you are going to withstand the sound of this bullet when they enter your street in Abuja. But let me tell you, with all the lies told about the Igbo'S and Biafra, today we are united in the struggle to liberate Biafra. Even with the bad eggs amongst them, we have been able to make a very big stride in making sure that the security of our people in Biafra land is guaranteed to some extent because of the way the leaders in this eastern region of Nigeria has sabotaged the Biafra and our security in those regions. Otherwise, I tell you today, we have been able to achieve a very big stride in the midst and in the middle of this confusion that has never been achieved in Biafra struggle since after the Biafra war. Of course, the bad experience have contributed to the difficulties and the obstacles we face today in Biafra struggle. Experience from Biafra war. But what you do not understand is that the world is always evolving. This image from the Biafra war have continued and constant a reminder, reminding you of the image of what people passed through during the war. Today, the war is on before your doorstep. So, this bad experience that lie in the past are a constant reminder of the image we have of ourselves. But it is not only that. The transactional analysis or personality theory that integrate psychoanalysis with other humanistic approach suggests that early in life, we decide out of awareness on a well-defined course of action called the script. And the reason we are here today to address Biafrans is that this script, we are changing it. That we then carry on throughout our life, even though it becomes dysfunctional when adult. Have you ever found yourself thinking, Why is this thing happening over and over again? Why is this killing happening over and over again and nothing is being done about it? Have you ever thought about it? That's when most likely you are living your script over and over again. And we have come to change the script today. I am telling you that the script have been changed. That script that you will find yourself in Nigeria and you will continue to complain over one thing. You complain Fulani are killing. You complain they have kidnapping along Kaduna. You complain they have attacked Kaduna, Abuja community. You complain they have a helicopter. You complain, and at the end of the day, there is nothing to show for it. When our people are there doing everything to support Eastern Security Network, to create awareness and raise funds, you kick against it. At the end of the day, the same thing repeats itself over and over again. I am telling you today, the 29th day of July, we are changing the script. We are changing the script. That script of one Nigeria, that script of going to election every 4 years, that script of bring P2B, that script of an Igbo man can change Nigeria, that script of one Nigeria, we are changing it. And go and mark it. Biafra people are speaking to you today. We will change it, and the world will know that we have really come out to change the script. Because you have carried the script almost all your life. The script of making Nigeria one is a task. We have changed it. And if you do not believe me, you will see it in this coming 2023. I tell you today, for the interest of Biafra across Nigeria, and as Biafra people face the insecurity challenges and terrorist attack across Nigeria, we are hereby notifying all Biafrans in Nigeria that we are about to change the script for their own good. We are about to change the script of election for your own good. And after watching what is going on in Abuja, and they are calling for the impeachment of the president, you think impeaching the president will solve the problem? These are people who are still living on the script. Give it to them. Script of fallacy, script of falsehood, script of fake promise, script of fraud, given to you as Nigeria, and you are following the script. We are coming to change it. The notification has come today that the script that the British gave you, and you are working on that script, we are changing it. P2B went to United Kingdom. They gave him a script. He came to Nigeria. He jumped from PDP to another party, playing the script of British. Tell P2B, not even Britain will stop the movement that is coming. We are aware that Britain have what we call agreement, defense agreement with Nigeria of over how many billion pounds in defense. When the time comes, we will crush it. I am telling you. We are now in 21st century, and the world, there are crises everywhere. People are fighting, putting their life on line to defend their own freedom. Ukraine is doing the same thing. I will be a coward to know what I have known today and stay quiet and keep calm and allow Biafra to be annihilated by those that believe that they know it all, or that they are more superior as a human than the other, to be the worst cowardic thing I would have done. And then also, God will never forgive me, because for me to be what I am today and have the opportunity to change things, and I didn't do it, God will never forget me or forgive me even at death. So I want you to inform Biafrans all over the world that the script of Nigeria is changing starting from today. After the attack, we wanted to change this script just maybe towards the end of this year. Tell everybody in Nigeria, those residing in the northern Nigeria, that the script is changing. So, I tell you today, Biafra people, for the interest of Biafra across Nigeria, and as Biafra people face the insecurity challenges and terrorist attack across Nigeria, we are hereby notifying all Biafrans for the very second time that we are about to change the script for their own good. As the terrorists are attacking capital of Nigeria without resistance, the Biafra people are putting up measures for Biafra breakaway or exit, as you may call it. Why this is going on, why the attack and the upsurge of the terrorists are going on, we are working seriously on the ground to put measures in place and get ready for Biafra breakaway in 2023. I want you to understand that attention, when we talk about this self-esteem and the moral way of life, attention plays also an important role in focusing on negative aspects of reality. And ourselves, let first though define attention. Attention is that which take possession of our mind. It is the focal point of consciousness. How has this attention affected you today? If you have a low esteem, a low self-esteem, this focal point is most likely negative. It is affecting all of you, those Biafrans that are yet to understand that they need to fund the Eastern Security Network. You are having a low self-esteem syndrome because you never believe that Biafra will be a nation. I am telling you today, researchers estimate that each attend more or less 20,000 thoughts, what people think every day. And our ancestral tendency is to pay more attention to the negative ones, which is pure survival instinct. Biafra agitation is no longer tout, is no longer motopack. Professionals have joined the league. We are making impact and alliances all over the world. It is no longer because Biafra is here, it's no longer the time you say uneducated people are there. Those people are no longer in the forefront of the agitation. Most people with low self-esteem, though, are more prone to paying attention to the negative aspect of themselves, their lives and external input, such as people and their situation. This is what Nigeria has offered you. Nigeria has made every Biafran to see himself or herself as a low self-esteem. And all you do is to see the negative impact of Igbo man. All you do is to see the negative part of Igbo man. You do not see the positive part. Upon the fact that Nigeria tells you, Igbo contribute the best. Igbo can change Nigeria. Igbo can do everything, turn it upside down and turn it to gold. Yet, you don't see that part of Igbo man. You don't see that part of a Biafran. You see the negative part of Biafra. Igbo man is this, Igbo man is that. But Nigeria is telling you, even as bad as Nigeria, Nigeria tells you that Igbo man is this. Yoruba man tells you Igbo man can change Nigeria. Hausa man tells you Igbo can convert anything. Every other tribe in Nigeria tells you about Igbo man. Only you, the Igbo man, that is see yourself as enemy of yourself. Yet, you don't understand the impact you would make in a nation that you are going to govern yourself with every blessing of God upon your life. Today, we have come to change the script. I want you can name this speech of the Nation Today address as changing the script. This is called negative confirmation bias, and it is quite like seeing the world and us in a true dark lenses, failing to pay attention to the positive. You fail to pay attention to the positive of Biafra people. When you talk about freedom, you say, oh, they are fighting on social media. How can they govern themselves? That is the negative part. You pick it, but yet you call Obi. Obi want to be a president. Obi want to do this and do that. Is Obi not also part of that negative part that makes you not to support Biafra? Don't worry. By the time Biafra come, you will take your bag and baggage and go to northern Nigeria and enjoy your north. Believe me, we will give you the opportunity. This has tremendous impact on how we feel about ourselves. The meaningfulness we get out of our lives and, of course, our behaviors. Nigeria has impacted your life, and today you are branded with so many negative names to point that you are scared of your own freedom. Nigeria has done that. They impact you with all manner of thoughts. You become scared of yourselves to the point that you as a Biafran is scared of having your own freedom. And they do that, and they stay by the side and they laugh at you. They say, look at them. They thought they are educated. We have impacted this particular low self-esteem on them, and look at how they brand each other. Why the terrorists are coming, carrying gun. You have never seen the Fulani man or the federal government branding the Fulanis that are killing your military, killing your personnel, wiping villages, branding them with bad names. They call them criminals. Ordinary criminals, they call them. They call them criminals. Some of you in the struggle have called me criminal. That is the same value that the Fulani attached to the terrorists that you see bombarding Abuja yesterday. Yet you call yourself a brainy person. Why this state of the nation has become necessary is because we are changing the script. And we are going to change this script by force. We are going to change it in this armed struggle. If you do not know that we have entered armed struggle, we are declaring the armed struggle today, in case you don't have knowledge about that. We are into armed struggle for our freedom. I want you to understand that Nigeria impacted you, impacted your life, and today you branded with so many negative names to the point that you are scared of your own freedom because of the negative impact of Fulani government policies in your life. Only Biafra can solve this problem. That as Biafra using Nigeria passport, you are treated as a criminal or as a terrorist. Why you are not one of them? Yet, your low self-esteem could not allow you to support Biafra. You are scared of what Biafra would be. You are scared of the lies and the propaganda that they manipulated you into. I want every one of you watching me today on this State of the Nation broadcast to think that the impact of tunnel vision focus on the negative and how this can make matters worse. than they are. They create more stress. They create more stress, increase insecurity, and we end up engaging in behaviors that are ultimately disconnected from our values. Today, some of you have completely disconnected, even with your so low self-esteem and your insecurity on supporting Biafra. You have been disconnected from the value that made you who you are as a Biafran. Yes, a vicious circle. Nigeria has given all this as a failed state. What I'm telling you today is fact. We do not mince word. Nigeria has given all these things I've said as a failed state. This is the impact of Nigeria in your life. A failed state. Today, when the Fulani terrorists were attacking Abuja, all of you were running scatter. Some of you that build one bacha in Abuja, in the area where they attacked, you ran for your life. And the government were not there to help you. Because I want you to understand that, no, the presence of Biafrans in that area are much. Just the way when they attacked church in Yoruba land, all of you were shouting, they have attacked Yoruba, they have attacked Yoruba church. Do you know the number of Biafrans that were casualties or victims in that church attack is higher than the number of Yorubas? Have you forgotten that almost all the people that were interviewed as a victim of that church attack were all Biafrans? Igbo'S speaking Biafrans. Are you not aware? That is why we are now addressing every Biafran across Nigeria. A failed state without strong governance that plunge into disorder. Nigeria is an example of that. Violence and sponsoring terrorism against its own people and citizens. Nigeria, being a failed state, must end by 2023 because we have seen that failing state can quickly become a threat to international security, be it by exporting drugs or by becoming a safe haven for terrorists. Nigeria, as today, has become a safe haven for terrorists. It's a place where the capital of the country will be attacked, under heavy attack, and no resistance. It means that Nigeria has become a safe haven for terrorists. And that is a threat to America. It's a threat to the Western world. When one of the generals from the United States was making speech a few years ago that the terrorists are trying to create safe haven in Nigeria, and after that, they are going to attack America. Little did he know, with all their intelligence everywhere, that Nigeria has actually become a safe haven for terrorists. Up to the point that the president of the country has been threatened that he's going to be kidnapped. Up to the point that impeachment proceeding or motion were raised at the National Assembly, only for the Senate president, who is also a Fulani and part of the sponsor of this jihadists and this Fulanization, turned it down, up to the point that the opposition senators walked away from the National Assembly. The country is in chaos, failed state, and we have come to change the script. Those of them who thought they have something impact to make in the National Assembly, when they tell you Peter Obi should go and become president, I want to ask you today, how would Peter Obi impact and change Nigeria when the Senate president will become a Fulani and the people that are going to be at the National Assembly are bigger in number from the north, from the Fulani, than the people of the secular side? How will you change the system? For those of you who do not understand, I want you to know that the 12 states of northern Nigeria that are under Sharia law, they are all Muslim representative. No Christian will be voted to come to Abuja to represent those states that practice Sharia law. Are you aware of that? If you have any of that from the 12 northern states that practice Sharia law, if you have any Christian as a senator, come and show it to me. Now, we must end this in 2023. The terrorists collaborate with the other Nigeria security agencies to carry out their terrorist attack, like what you saw in Abuja last night. They kidnapped just 2 kilometers away from the military checkpoint across Nigeria. And this is no longer issue that anybody will doubt. So what has your low self-esteem Nigeria impacted on you or in you? How have that affected the situation? They are now threatening to kidnap the fake president of Nigeria and has waged war against the capital of Nigeria called Abuja. With all this fact I have said so far, it is clear that Nigeria has become a safe haven for terrorists and has posed a serious threat to international security. I want to also remind you, the proliferation of terrorists or the upsurge of terrorists is not far from the call the fake president made while he was in Egypt. He made a call calling all the terrorists in Africa, all Fulani in Africa, to come to Nigeria without a visa, in validation to the fact that Fulani claim that Nigeria belongs to them.
The very oldest language on the face of this very earth.
Because I can say that from what I have just listened from you, it is just not ordinary.
Very wonderful.
When my lawyers came to see me, I had a discussion with them about how I'm going to defend myself. I told them that
Welcome, welcome, welcome. Thank you for joining us. I appreciate you as you join us. Happy weekend to everyone. I know everyone is busy on a weekend, having their weekend program, having their weekend activities. For those who have joined and those who are going to join later and if you are going to watch later, I welcome every one of you. We are completing our own assignment as the promise we have made to ourselves, promise I have made to myself that I will continue to propagate the gospel of Biafra, come sun, come rain, for better, for worse, until Biafra is restored. I am fulfilling my promise today, and that is why I'm here. So wherever you are watching from, I welcome you and I thank you for being part of this program. As you join us, whether you are watching on TikTok, you're watching on Facebook, you are watching on X, you're watching on YouTube, wherever you are watching, like and share the program and invite someone to join us. I'm not going to take much of your time. We are going to try to be brief so that we can have the other programs that we have a lot of program today, and you also will probably save your time to join the rest programs that we're going to have. So I welcome every one of you. Today we are speaking again on a very important issue. Because of what we saw, there's a video that is going viral that every one of you must have seen. You saw when we were talking about every time on the platform, many Biafrans are complaining about the stereotyping of the Igbo Biafrans, the attack on Igbo Biafrans, the plans to destroy the image of the Igbo Biafrans, the propaganda and blackmail and intimidation, marginalization. When we talk about it, people will say, why are we saying about it? Sometimes they will tell us, forgive and forget. But as they are saying forgive and forget, the same offense and worse than it is being committed every day. Many of you must have seen the video that is going viral where a policeman threatened somebody that came from abroad and said, if you were to be an Igbo person, he would detain you. And it is even lucky that he talked about the tense. There are so many people that when you are an Igbo person, you stand the risk of losing your life. He will shoot you, and the only thing he will do is say that you are a member of IPOB or you are a Biafra agitator, and that is all. This has been happening. This is just the only one that was captured on video. There are several times. I mean, we have become endangered people in that contraction called Nigeria, and that is why exiting from Nigeria is something that nobody can stop. Wherever you are watching this program, I want you to pay close attention. You are going to learn one or two things. Whether you are a one Nigerianist or you are a Biafran or you are from other part of the world, you will learn one or two things on this program. Remember, the appeal case of Mazi Simon Ekpa is drawing very, very close. We have few days to go. We have few days to that appeal. If you know anything you are supposed to do that you haven't yet done, please go and do that. Whatever your spirit or your heart is telling you to do to support the freedom of our Prime Minister Mazi Simon Ekpa, to make sure that he is adequately represented, whatever support you know that you are supposed to give that you're not giving, please go and give that support, whether financially, morally, materially, spiritually, any support you know you can give to Mazi Simon Ekpa, please go and do that now. Don't wait anymore. There's no time. There's no time. The 5th of August is very close. Few days we are going to be in the 5th of August, and Mazi Simon Ekpa will be in court. Remember also on the 4th. On the 4th, the protest is going to go. That protest is for all the Biafran people, everyone. It does not matter the group you belong. It doesn't matter who you follow, who you support. It doesn't matter what your ideology may be. One central thing that we all desire is Biafra, self-determination. That is what we like. That common interest that we have for self-determination should make you to be in Finland and support Mazi Simon Ekpa. That is what we are saying. You must be there. So, my fellow Biafrans, we have come this morning to discuss on a very important topic. We're going to try to run it as much as we can. It says the Igbo people identity, stereotype, human rights, and the debate over self-determination. The Igbo people identity, stereotype, human rights, and the debate over self-determination. I want you to pay close attention. wherever you are watching from. Once again, I say good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Accept my greetings according to your time zone, and happy weekend, ladies and gentlemen. I welcome you to this very channel. If you are joining us for the very first time, if you're seeing our video for the very first time, you are most welcome. And I urge you to kindly like and share the program to other platforms, share to family and friends, so that more people can participate in today's important discussion. It is very important. Today's topic is both sensitive and significant. It is sensitive and significant, and we will continue to go. We will discuss the experiences of many Igbo people regarding stereotype, discrimination, historical grievance, human rights, and why some advocate for self-determination as a means of preserving identity, dignity, and security. Each time when we talk about self-determination, people will think, oh, we are making it up. No. Or because we are hating. No. It is because of what Nigeria presents. Because we have become endangered people, and the only way to save life is for us to get out of that zoological economy. This discussion is not about promoting hatred against any ethnic group, religion, or nationality. It is about examining history, listening to different perspectives, and encouraging peaceful dialogue grounded in respect for human rights. If you disagree with anything said today, I welcome respectfully discussion in the comments. Our goal is understanding, not hostility. Always remember that. All we are talking about is understanding. Do not be hostile. We are bound to disagree. We can't agree on everything. So wherever you disagree with me, feel free to go to the comment section and express your views. The Igbo'S are one of the Nigerian three largest ethnic groups and are predominantly located in the country southeast. The old southeastern region, that is where you find the Igbo'S. When I talk about the old southeastern region, I'm talking about Biafra land entirely. Because I don't want to limit it to their present southeast. When you limit it to the present southeast, you are cutting out the Igbo'S. The present southeast does not represent the Igbo'S. The present southeast of 5 states does not represent the Igbo'S. Because the Igbo'S are in 13 states in Nigeria. The only way to include them and make it proper for those who don't understand to understand is to say it the way it is. The old southeastern region. The Igbo'S in that contraction called Nigeria, we are the largest ethnic group. We are the largest ethnic, not one of, we are the largest ethnic group. It is the British propaganda and lie that made it seem as if we are the same with others, or even others are more larger than us. It was intentional to make us look small. For reasons best known to the British. For reasons best known to them, they are scared of the Biafra, they are scared of the Igbo'S. They do not want us to expand. Many observers describe the Igbo'S as entrepreneurial and community-oriented. And that is what we are. Though, like any large population, they are diverse in outlook and experience. We are diverse in outlook and experience. That is true. The Igbo civilization predates the creation of modern Nigeria. We have been there before Nigeria came to existence. The Igbos have been. The Igbo people, we have been very much around before the so-called Nigeria was created by the British. Our history includes independent community. We have been independent community before the British took us and forced us into their creation. We have been an independent community. We have our cultural institutions, the ways of doing things. You heard it that the first constitution was written by the Igbo people. Democracy started from Igbo land. I'm not just saying it, a white man confirmed it. That democracy started from Igbo land. The very first constitution that was written by the Igbo's. An archaeological evidence, such as the ancient site of Igbo'S, confirms that we are the ancient people. We are the ancient people. Understanding this historical background helps explain why question of identity and political autonomy continues to matter to many of us Igbo's. We have never been slaves. We are not slaves. We are freeborn. And we have been there before any other person came. A people that have had the first constitution, a people that had democracy, for you to match them into people that doesn't know where they come from and force them under those people, that is a crime against humanity. The continuous forcing of the Igbo's to be part of Nigeria is crime against humanity, whether you like it or not. That's what it is. We know because of the global conspiracy. Some of you will not agree, but that is the truth. Continuous forcing of Igbo's into Nigeria is crime against humanity. The earlier the world understands that, the better. Many of us, Igbo's individually, and organizations have expressed concern that negative stereotype can contribute to prejudice and unequal treatment. The unequal treatment we are facing today in Nigeria is because of the stereotype. Stereotype created by the Nigerian government itself, by the system. The stereotype created by the system. Every system and organization in Nigeria today is structured against the Igbo man. It is structured against the Igbo people. Igbo people have become a chief target for anyone that wants to be relevant in Nigeria. All they need to do is to single out an Igbo person, abuse him, curse him, and do whatever they like. Sometimes take his life. And then you'll be praised and exalted. Stereotyping. The stereotype of the Igbo people is crime against humanity that Nigeria has committed and continues to commit. In that stereotype, you see the stereotyping showing its ugly face in employment opportunities. There are some offices today that you dare not step in with the Igbo name in Nigeria. There are some offices, for the fact that you're an Igbo person, you can't work there in Nigeria. There is a written code in Nigeria that there are certain positions that an Igbo man cannot attend. Stereotype being put in place by the government system, by the government itself. Today, political participation, that one is a clear example that you can see. They tell you to your face that an Igbo man cannot be a president. Today, an Igbo man cannot even be a vice president. An Igbo man cannot be a senate president. An Igbo man cannot even have any important position. Not even the chief of army staff. Not even the IG of police. And that is what Nigeria has become. That when you see an Igbo man telling you that he is not part of Nigeria, I used to tell people that if you are not an Igbo person, you will not know what the Igbos are going through. Don't tell me you know how we feel. Like some of them who will come to sympathize with us, they say, I know how you feel. I know what that. You can't understand except you're an Igbo person. You will not understand what we are going through. Only an Igbo man knows what he's going through in Nigeria. An Igbo person. If you're not an Igbo person, you will never understand. You can't understand it. That is why you will come online and ask me, why am I talking about Biafra? That's why you will come and ask me, why do I want to get out of Nigeria? You can't understand. He that wears the shoes knows where it pains. Sometimes they will tell you, forget, it's an old thing. Why are you still people carrying things in mind? Why are you still having that self-pity? Why are you still worried? Why are you still angry? Just recently, a few days ago, a policeman threatened and told a man that returned from abroad, if you are an Igbo man, you are lucky you are not an Igbo man. If you are an Igbo man, you will be in detention. This is just one out of many. Do you know how many people who returned from abroad and they took their lives simply because they are Igbos? They were shot. Do you know how many people who are languishing in detention? They didn't commit any crime. The only crime they committed is that their name is Chukwu Emeka, Chukwu Jegu, or Chukwu something. There are so many people today that have gone to their early grave simply because their name is Chukwu, has Chukwu in it. They didn't commit any crime. They did not disobey the law. Law-abiding citizens. There are so many people today. They could not attend to the height they are supposed to attend simply because they are Igbos. We are endangered people in Nigeria. The Igbos are endangered people in Nigeria. It doesn't matter how you feel about this. Is the truth. You can continue to pretend about it, hide it, tell us to forget. Oh, don't talk about it. Sorry, I will talk about it. My life depends on it. My unborn children, their lives depend on it. Our fathers have suffered this persecution. We are here suffering the same persecution. And you want me to keep silent that my children will suffer the same thing? God forbid. We will not be silent. We will continue to fight this battle until we are free from this volatile republic. Political participation of the Igbo'S in Nigeria today is a taboo. Except you accept a condition where you will be removed, they will be directed what to do. Look at what Hope Uzodinma is doing in Imo State. The Imo State people casted their votes politically and they elected their leaders. And the Janjaweed removed the person that the people chose and imposed Hope Uzodinma. Today, look at Imo State. Look at Imo State. The same thing with Anambra State. Igbo did not have the vote of Anambra people. Igbo did not, he wasn't even a member of APGA. He was with the APC. And he came and ran with APGA. By force, by fire, by force. Today, look at him. He's in the front line, destroying everything that has to do with the Igbo'S. The stereotype is so much. Social relationship. Today, socializing with a Nigerian person is just like exposing yourself to another danger. Socializing with one Nigerianist is exposing yourself to danger. Just because you're an Igbo person. Once they hear your name and where you come from, they see you as a threat. There is nothing you will say that they will understand. There is nothing, no matter how you're trying to please them, they will never. In Nigeria, no matter how you make them trust you, no matter the sacrifice you make for them, a one Nigerianist and you are an Igbo person, they will never, ever appreciate it because of the stereotype. National cohesion. Where do you see that? National cohesion with the Igbo'S. It is important to distinguish between criticism of individual and broad generalization about entire community. If we are talking about individual, maybe somebody did something to you, focus on that person. But in the case of the Igbo'S, it's stereotyping the entire ethnic group. For the mere fact that you have an Igbo name is a crime in Nigeria. Just because you bear an Igbo name in Nigeria, it is a crime. How did we get here? What did we do wrong? What did we do? What did we do wrong? Simply because Naturally, Chukwu Okike Abiama. We didn't give back to ourselves. Chukwu Okike Abiama brought us and made us who we are. Generalizing about millions of people can deepen mistrust rather than solve problem. Millions of people. Today, even the person that is your president and the first lady, they were on video when they were talking ill of entire ethnic group, the Igbo'S. That is why their government is full of bigotry. Their government in all parastatals, in all institutions, full of bigotry against the Igbo'S. You know how many Igbo'S lost their life in their election? The election that brought that man. You know how many properties that were lost? And you want us to remain in that darkness? God forbid. Historical events continue to shape how many people understand the present. History shape how many people understand the present. You can't take that away. Among the most significant is the Nigerian Civil War, 1967 to 1970, also known as Biafra War. A war that Nigeria brought to us. We did not take the war to Nigeria. We were only fighting in defense, to defend ourselves. We never called for war. Our eternal leader, Dean Odumojugu, said it, that our people were even fighting reluctantly because they were not ready to fight any war. Nigeria brought war upon us for 3 good years. And millions lost their lives. Mainly children who were starved to death. The conflict resulted in immense suffering, including spreading displacement, famine, and loss of civilian lives. We can never forget. Never. We can't forget it. Because every day they remind us. Just a few days ago, they reminded us again that if it were to be Igbo'S, they will be detained. The war is still going on. You know, when we say it, people say, like the program that Mazi Samarako made, he said, the war is on. It has never stopped. Some of you don't understand it. Some of you are still busy trying to please your slave master. Some of you have already accepted it as your fate. For many families, those memories remain part of living history. Many of us, those memories remain part of living history. Influence contemporary debates about justice, reconciliation, and national unity. You cannot have anything called unity in Nigeria. We have said it over and over again, and the Nigerians themselves prove us right. Their government proves us right in their modalities and structures they put in place. Showore said it last time that the secret code against the Igbo'S. And when you listen to it, you think it was a joke. Showore knows what he was saying. There's no lie in it. The truth and nothing but the truth. Different historians participate, interpret aspects of that period differently. Anybody can say his own. And those participants continue to be discussed. However you discuss the issue of the Igbo marginalization, the intimidation, and the Biafran war, you will always see that it was a genocide against the people. International human rights principle affirms that every person is entitled to dignity. That is what international law says, that every person is entitled to dignity. What happens to the Igbo'S in Nigeria? Why are we denied dignity? And yet the world is silent. And when we cry for self-determination to be on our own, yet nobody's paying attention. International human rights principle affirms that every person is entitled to dignity, equality before the law, freedom of expression, peaceful assembly, and protection from discrimination. This is what the international law says. So why are we treated differently? Why are we treated differently in this zoological republic? And when we decide to pursue our self-determination, yet we are seen as those who are committing the crime. We are the victims here. Organizations and individuals have raised concern over the years about alleged human rights violations affecting different communities, mainly in Biafra land. Amnesty International have millions and millions, thousands of reports on the human rights abuse against the Biafra people. Genocide against the Biafra committed by federal government of Nigeria. Even as we speak, it is still ongoing. They are still busy attacking our towns and cities, burning houses, burning homes, destroying properties in Biafra land. Biafra land is still militarized today. Their target is the Igbo'S. What have we done wrong? What have we done wrong? Many of our youth today agitation. The other day you saw the press briefing of the HOD, where he was mentioning the name of the Biafrans that have been detained. Mentioned the name of Biafrans that are dead. He was mentioning the name of Biafrans who are missing in the hand of the Nigerian government. Not because they committed a crime, not because they are terrorists, not because they're involved in any form of disobedience, but simply because they are Igbo'S. The stereotype placed on us by the government itself is unbearable. And the only way for us to be safe is to walk away from that entity, create our own nation, and protect our people. The primary objective of a government is to protect the life and property of the people. And we are not part of Nigeria, so the only government that can protect us is the government of Biafra. Our own government. That is why we are fighting hard to get out of the zoological republic so that we can defend our life, protect our young ones and our children unborn. A healthy democracy depends on balancing responsibilities while respecting fundamental rights. Nigeria, the right of the people is not respected. Human rights abuse is the order of the day. Look at our supreme leader, a typical example of what he's going through because of you and I. Self-determination is not a crime. Self-determination is a principle recognized in international law that refers to the right of people to determine their political status and pursue their economic and social cultural development. That is what we are pursuing. So how is it a crime? Why did the Nigerian government make it a crime? Why is it that on our own time, Nigerian government made it a crime? Self-determination is a principle recognized by international law. African peoples and human rights law also recognize self-determination. Even the contraption called Nigeria, in their law, there is self-determination. But they decide to jail our leaders because of self-determination. They take the life of our people because of self-determination. They disappear our young ones because of self-determination. And he wants us to keep silent and continue to invade. We will never forget. And we will not be silent. Around the world, movements have pursued self-determination through different means and with different outcomes. Some advocate greater regional autonomy within existing states. Others support constitutional reform. Others advocate peaceful independence through lawful and democratic process. People hold different opinions about which approach is most appropriate. But in Nigeria, the only approach that is most appropriate in Nigeria is peaceful, independent, true, lawful, and democratic process, which is referendum. In Nigeria, you cannot talk about regional autonomy. Regional autonomy will increase the problem instead of solving the problem. Constitutional reform will increase the problem instead of solving the problem. Because after all, do you know how many reforms that have been done? Do you know how many, what do they call this, have been created, and yet the problem remains the same and becomes worse? You can remember the Okuta panel. After billions were spent for Okuta panel, what is the result? No outcome. Nothing came out of it. The Constitutional Conference of Goodluck Jonathan, nothing came out of it. The only thing that could solve the problem in the Zoological Republic is independence, true, lawful, and democratic process. And how do you get that? Through a referendum. That is what our Supreme Leaders have been asking for. That is what they're asking for. And it is not wrong to ask that, because that is the only genuine solution to save life. We have always been open for dialogue. Mazen Nandekano have always extended hand of dialogue. Our eternal leader, Dim Odmogojuku, took them to Aburi for dialogue. We have never, at any point in time, closed the door of discussion and dialogue. Never. We have never. In fact, we are the ones that always make the move. We are the ones that always extend the olive branch for dialogue. But yet, Nigeria doesn't want that. They want you dead. They want me dead. That is all they want. They want us out of the way. They see us as a threat. But how long can we continue to pretend that all is well when we know that all is not well? How long shall we continue to tolerate this madness called the Zoological Republic? Many analysts argue that unsolved grievances are more likely to persist when dialogue breaks down. In Nigeria, there has never been any dialogue, let alone breaking down. They don't even want to look upon it. Even when individuals come to confess the truth about the civil war and the atrocity against the Igbo'S, instead of listening to them or correcting the wrong, they deny it. It has been denial. Nigeria has been denying the abuse of the Biafrans, denying the death of the Biafrans, denying the civil war, denying everything that they committed against us. They are still in denial. You saw Gowon recently, his book, full of lies and denials. So how is the problem going to be solved? All we're asking is self-determination. Allow us to choose what we want and how we want it. All we are asking all the time has always been dialogue. We never call for war. Ojukwu never called for war. Our eternal leader, Dim Odmogojuku, never called for war. Mazi Simon Ekpa didn't call for war. Mazi Nandekam didn't call for war. All they were calling, they opened the ground for dialogue. They have always been open for dialogue. Constructive dialogue may include listening to opposing viewpoints. The Biafrans are always ready to listen. But Nigeria, instead of listening to the Biafrans, they better listen to the terrorists. Instead of Nigeria paying attention to the Biafrans, more especially the Igbo Biafrans, they prefer to go to bed with the terrorists, and which is what they have been doing. They are much more comfortable with the terrorists. They prefer agreeing and understanding with the terrorists than the Biafrans. Addressing historical grievances. They can never address the civil war. Even the promise that were made, the 3R promise that was made, reintegration, reconstruction, and rehabilitation, none was implemented. Till date, the 3R. None was implemented. Strengthening institution. They are not ready to strengthen institution. All their institution is strengthened against the Biafrans. Institution, all of them are strengthened against the Biafrans. That is why a policeman will tell you that if you are Igbo, I will detain you. Our rights has never been protected in Nigeria. The contraption has never been accountable. They are supposed to be held accountable for the genocide they committed against Biafrans during the Civil War. Even after they committed that genocide, today they are still the ones bringing violence to us. They are still the ones preaching hate speech against the same people you decimated, the same people you offended. You are still the one pushing propaganda against them, pushing hate speech, pushing violence towards them. Biafrans have made every possible move for deep agreement, respectful engagement to reduce pluralism. But that's Nigeria doesn't want to buy it. Nigeria doesn't want to listen. We have always been open for peaceful engagement. But at any point in time, they bring war to us. Mazen Nandekan was calling for referendum for many years. Instead of giving him referendum, they kidnapped him. Mazen Simon came and conducted self-referendum. They saw the number. Instead of endorsing it, they activated the international conspiracy and they took him out. We will never forget. The international community, it is time to pay attention to the plight of the Biafra people. International organizations, government, and the civil society groups often encourage respect for human rights. Easier said than done. The international organization, governments, and civil societies group often encourage respect for human rights. We have seen the abuse of human rights in broad daylight on the case of Mazen Nandekan. We have seen the abuse of human rights on the case of Mazen Simon. Yet, nobody is speaking. All we have been asking for is peaceful dispute resolution. But Nigeria doesn't want. Instead, they prefer to discuss with the terrorists. They do not want us to participate in their so-called Sharia democracy. There is no rule of law. Civilians are not protected. Civilians are not protected. It is difficult to be in Nigeria or to address yourself as a Nigerian. All we are speaking about today is the need for dialogue, the need for a long-term solution. How do you get a long-term solution? It's for fairness, apply fairness, justice. Fairness and justice. Let the people make the choice. Let it be the choice of the people to decide what they want, how they want it. Nobody will decide for them. Let the people make their decision. The responsibility of every citizen. Every citizen has a responsibility to reject ethnic hatred. Even though Nigeria's system have built it in them. Nigerian system have made it inbuilt that every Nigerian today is a hater. When the issue has to do with Igbo'S, there is nothing you can say to convince them. Even before you open your mouth, they condemn you already. Ethnic hatred, religious intolerance, that one is the other day. Today you're talking about the Christian genocide. Christian genocide is Biafran genocide. Some don't understand. It started long before you begin to tell your stories. And then, the Northerners, those in the North, thought it was about the Igbo'S alone. You know? Now they can't see the Igbo'S to fight again. Now they have turned on their own people. The same people that joined them to fight us there. They are the one crying now. And the United States is talking about religious intolerance. Christian genocide that's going on today. Started long ago. Then it was Biafran genocide. And because it was the Igbo'S, nobody was talking. Because the British don't even want the Igbo'S to survive. The things they could not do during the Civil War, they began to do it diplomatically. They wanted to wipe us away during the Civil War, but they couldn't. And now they are using different kinds of systems to destroy and to wipe our records. Religious intolerance, collective blame, misinformation, violence. This is what they bring against us today. This is what they bring against us. Even when we come with our hearts to the zoo, we still make contribution. We still have peaceful civic participation. We respect the constitutional right of everybody. We're always ready to have honest discussions, historical discussions. What about them? They do not want it. They don't even want to hear about the history. All we are advocating is equal treatment before the law. But as you can see, you cannot find that in the Zoological Republic. National conversation that include diverse voices. Wherever you are watching me from, a lot has gone wrong in the Zoological Republic. There's a video I would like to play. I would like us to listen to what Dan Orasi has to say. You know, some of them who are there in their political ground, making their own point and making their own views. Speaking the obvious, even when we know that many are not ready to listen. But when we come across those videos, we share it so that people can equally see for themselves. So I'm going to share the video was made by Dan Orasi, an interview I think is on Arise. The interview caught my attention. It caught my attention. I would like us to listen to that interview. I would like us to listen to that interview. It is important. It is important. I would like us to listen to that very interview so that we can be able to deduce something from that. What we are going through in Nigeria is not ordinary. It is not ordinary, and we must wake up before it is too late. We must wake up. We must. It is a must. We must wake up. If not, it is going to be very devastating. We must wake up. I want us to listen to this very discussion.
40th anniversary, founding editor Sonala Olumese has paid tribute to the pioneering news magazine, describing it as the foundation of a journalistic movement that inspired the creation of This Day, Arise News Channel, and the Leke Leke digital platform. In a commemorative reflection, Olumese said this week redefined Nigerian journalism through editorial independence, excellence, and a culture driven by the belief that we can do it, a philosophy championed by publisher Nduka Obaibena. He said the publication nurtured a generation of accomplished journalists and proved that young reporters, guided by integrity and professionalism, could build enduring media institutions. Olumese also used the anniversary to call for the revival of grassroots journalism, warning that the decline of local and regional newspapers has weakened accountability despite growing public expenditure at state and local government levels. He said this week's enduring legacy lies not only in its history, but in its demonstration that courageous point of rehabilitation and reintegration into society based on the trauma that they faced in over 50 days in captivity.
I hope this is
on them to, in addition.
The video
because that's a dynamic 27-year-old. Daily newspaper is set up many years after
24 hours, and it will look different. Evening, by Monday morning, the profession itself.
This is not the video.
That at this point,
starting off with the report
this is not the video I'm looking for. Let me search.
And just to double down on the importance of, yes, we're so glad that the Oyo State Governor, I beg your pardon, has demonstrated and announced some of the things that would be done for the family members, ensuring that the government would foot the bill for their complete medical and psychological evaluation to the extent that they're able to be fully ready to reunite with their family members and, to the point of rehabilitation and reintegration into society based on the trauma that they faced in over 50 days in captivity. And some of the things I saw the press conference held, and where Mrs. Alamu, the principal, was speaking about some of the...
Tell you something.
Yes,
I want to learn from you this morning.
So let us listen to this interview for Dan Orasi. It is very important. We can learn. Some of them, like this Dan, has been outspoken, more especially in the issue of the Igbo'S and the case of Mazen Nanikan. He has been very outspoken and straightforward on the issue. In as much as he's a politician in Nigeria and all that, they always have some of their weaknesses and all that. But let us pay attention and hear what Dan Orasi has to say in this very interview. Very important.
Penny, let me tell you something. I
want to learn from you this morning.
We went to Jos at the first PDP convention that finally brought Olusegun Obasanjo as our candidate. Shehu Shagari had organized all the northern delegates and came into Jos to support Alex Ekweme. And I'm happy that he's still alive. Ibrahim Babangida had to intervene and called all the northern leaders that if Alex Ekweme was allowed to be president, it will make nonsense the coup they carried out that removed him and Shehu Shagari. That was why we lost the convention, the presidential primary in Jos. So we all went into, I think, Jos Hilton.
Now, do you understand that it was because of Alex Ekweme becoming the president? That was why Shagari was overthrown. Shagari was overthrown so that Alex Ekweme cannot become the president of Nigeria. That was why that coup was carried out. These northerners have done more coup than any other tribe in Nigeria. But yet, they keep us pointing hand at us with a coup that Nigerian soldiers conducted to save Nigeria from itself, not to save the Igbo'S. The 1966 coup has nothing to do with Igbo'S. It wasn't to save Igbo'S. It wasn't to create an Igbo nation. It wasn't to create any Biafra. It was to save Nigeria from itself. And since then, they have conducted so many other things. The coup that removed Shagari, it was to make sure that Alex Ekweme does not become the president. And look at the confirmation that Orasi is saying. That Babangida personally put a call and said that if they allow Alex Ekweme to win in that convention, that it will make useless the coup that removed Shagari. Mazen Nandekan have done this message. Mazen Samuel also did this message. Sometimes when we say these things, people will not understand. They will think because we are saying it on social media that we don't know what we are saying. That the coup that removed Shagari was just to make sure that Alex Ekweme does not become the president. Because if Shagari had finished serving his tenure, the next person that was supposed to be the president was Alex Ekweme. So to remove him completely and render him incapacitated was to use coup. And that was what they did. And they didn't hide it. They did it without hiding it. Look at Dan Orasi confirming that even Babangida himself used that to campaign. against a lawful equivalent when he was still campaigning and said that if they allow him to win, that means they will render their coup fruitless. The hatred of the Igbo'S did not start yesterday, and it's not going to end tomorrow. The only time it will end is when we get out of the contraption called Nigeria. The hatred on the Igbo'S, we will remain endangered people in Nigeria, except we get out of Nigeria. The only people that understand it clearly is Mazen Nandekano and Mazen Samonekwa, and that is why they went extra mile to do things. The earlier every one of us understand this, the better for us. The earlier we understand this bitter truth, the better for us. Let us listen.
I want to learn from you this morning.
We went to Jos at the first PDP convention that finally brought Olusegun Obasanjo as our candidate. Shehu Shagari had organized all the northern delegates and came into Jos to support Alex Ekwueme. And I'm happy that he's still alive. Ibrahim Babangida had to intervene and called all the northern leaders that if Alex Ekwueme was allowed to be president, it will make nonsense the coup they carried out that removed him and Shehu Shagari. That was why we lost the convention, the presidential primary in Jos. So we all went into, I think, it was Jos Hilton Hotel or something, and most of us weeping. Is that what happened? And Shagari said he has done his best, that the military was still running their affairs, instructing people what to do in parts of the country. But most importantly, Husseini, let me tell you something.
Did you hear that? The military are still the one cutting the shot in Nigeria, even to today. You can imagine that time. Shagari said that the military, those ones who carried out the coup, those ones who fought the civil war, they are still the ones running the affair of Nigeria. Even today, as we speak, the people that committed genocide against us, they are the ones still running the show in Nigeria. That is why an Igbo man will never, ever, ever succeed in that contraption called Nigeria. You can never amount to anything. These people that fought that civil war, that brought war upon us, they are still the one in charge. Look at that, Norashi saying it. That Shagari, far back in the 80s, said that he has tried his best to see that his second in command, Ekwueme, can be able to go in as a president, but that his hands are tied, that the military are still cutting the show, they are running the show. There's nothing they can do. Up to today, in 2026, the people that fought the civil war are still the one running the show, in case you don't know. Those that fought the civil war, they are still the one cutting the shot today in Nigeria. That is why there is nothing you can do. When they tell you Igbo presidency, this is a lie, a scam from the pit of hell. And it will never, Igbos will never have that nonsensical presidency. And anyone that is dreaming or putting hope on that, you are the enemy of the Igbos. You are the arch enemy of the Igbos. Because all we are trying to do is to entangle us and draw us back into slavery, deeper slavery. I said Nigeria is owned by some people. I don't know how to say it for you to understand. Nigeria does not belong to any, it belongs to a certain group of people. A certain tribe, and we know them. But when we say it, some of you, because we are on social media said it, you will not talk. Now listen to that, Olasi.
There's a situation we find ourselves, and you start to ask, why is it that God brought all of us in this country?
Okay.
If we cannot explain why or ask any question why God did that, I would have thought that in the end of the Civil War, now we have 6 component parts of this country. Gowon is still alive. Can the governors or the president, if they are sincere to themselves, if we are not a shred of investigative hypnosis, this is what I think is going on. Can the 6 component zones in this country sit down, analyze properly, say what their different interests are, and then bring them to a common point where every group will try to harmonize for the better interests of this country? I still remember the Oputa Commission. There was nothing that needs to be said that was not said in the Oputa Commission up to today. No government has dared to take up any side of what he said for the betterment of this country. So it is difficult for me to begin to imagine whether we are really sincere as a people that we need one Nigeria. When the war ended, General Gowon said, "No victor, no vanquished." But I don't know whether the meaning of that English, whether it still applies. Because the Southeast, principally in this country, whether anybody likes it or not, we are, neglected. We're not taken in as, people of one country because we fought a civil war. But statements like this from the Plateau governor also tells you that there are people who have varying views. We didn't start the war. I don't know how old you were by the time the crisis started in the north. That singular coup happened because the three regions were moving slightly apart. And the time I met with late Major General Hassan Usman Kassina, when he was Deputy Chief of Staff to General Way, he told me that they all supported the coup. That they all supported it too. The only thing that what happened was that after the coup, some elements in Kaduna, after Ahmadu Bello was killed, somebody else was killed in the west, and M.I. Okpara was not killed in the east. And I said, M.I. Okpara couldn't have been killed in the east because a head of state was visiting the east and was with M.I. Okpara, then the Archbishop Macarius of Cyprus. That was the only reason why that coup wasn't complete. And so it was difficult to convince people that it wasn't an Igbo coup. But honestly, people who were involved in that process will tell you no, that the military was just trying to save Nigeria from the governors, from the premiers who were moving slightly apart. And they didn't think it was going to be good for the overall interests of this country. So what I think we need now, if we are going to be sincere, not just people taking public office and sharing money, is for us to sit down, discuss the fate of this country, how we can move this country forward, and implement what we have discussed. It's one thing to discuss and arrive at some, principles of, discussion, and we are not able to implement it. Then it's useless wasting all the time talking about one Nigeria.
You have had it. Sometimes when we come to social media and we say things, people will think we are making it up. We can't back it up. That is why sometimes we bring it from the conventional media. This is Dan Olasi making the same case we have been making in their national TV. I've said it several times. The coup or whatever they call it the plan was never to create any Igbo or favor any Igbo whatever. It was for Nigeria. They are one Nigeria. The only people that have been making effort to save that contraption is Igbo'S. And the only time they make that move, it brings death. Is that not enough to teach us a lesson? That is why when I see Peter Obi, I don't hate him as a person, but I don't know what has covered his eyes that he cannot see. Is it pride? Is it personal interest that he cannot see? He cannot read between the lines. Cannot read between the lines. No matter how good or intelligent you are, and you try to rescue Nigeria, you will only bring death to your people. Last election, look at the number of people that died because of Peter Obi. Look at the number of businesses that were lost. Look at the number of properties that were destroyed. What did he do? Nothing. And now he's still pushing forward, expecting people to rally around, praise him and clap for him. It is sad. Very, very sad. Very, very sad. We are the whole thing is descending. And I pray that people wake up before it is too late. They have penetrated us so much that today it is we ourselves now that are becoming turning our own enemy. Biafra people are the ones to be turning to their own enemy. Look at them, those attacking Mazen Nandekan, calling Mazen Nandekan names, unprintable names. They create the narrative. When they create it, they push it and they transfer it to us. Some of us will take the contract. The stereotyping of the Igbo people. Some of us, Igbo'S, take the contract to push the agenda to the narrative. Whenever they create a narrative against us, our own people will still follow them. It is our people that will go. Join them and create the narrative. It is so sad and heartbreaking. I don't know what we will see before we will know that this evil that we are seeing must not be allowed to continue. I don't know what else and how else to explain this for us to understand that we are not wanted in the Zoological Republic, that the mission of every Igbo man should be how to get out of Nigeria. That should be the desire and mission of every Igbo man that is alive. Except you are a mixed blood, because we know we have a lot of mixed blood. And those mixed blood are the major problem we are having. Whenever we make agreement on what to do, they bring something else and put in it. They bring something and put it. Today, we are the ones carrying out the mission of the enemies. I would like to play a video that was made by one of our brothers. One of our brothers made a video. And I like what he said in that video. I want to share it. Let us listen to him. His analyses are very clear. Very, very clear. For those who will understand, to understand. And for those who don't want to understand, to continue to wallow in their idiocy, madness, and stupidity. I want us to listen to this, our brother. How he analyzed.
There is a new wave of propaganda and lies against Mazen Nnamdi Kanu. Okay, I've been seeing it on social media. First, it started with what is this guy's name? Atola Chijoke. It started with Chijoke. I saw him post it. They made a documentary against Nnamdi Kanu. Okay, that he's the cause of the killings in Osu. Okay, I actually saw it from his page first. Now, after him, I noticed he started flying. Okay, I saw one Efulefu who came on live camera. He said his name is Chigozie, to say that the government should kill Nnamdi Kanu. Okay, that he is the cause of the problem in Osu. Okay, now also from there, I saw New Central Africa also pushing the same agenda. Okay, they are also pushing the same agenda. It's not coincident.
It is
okay.
Not.
You know, the first wave of it, that one didn't go down well. The one they used both Udele,
yes,
both Ikengurago, and a lot of them.
That was the first one. The first
even the Lolo, those ones they peddled, yes, then that one didn't go down well.
Don't fail,
so they've come with the second phase of it.
Their own have failed.
Okay, because Nnamdi Kanu is their greatest threat. Nnamdi Kanu is their greatest problem. Nnamdi Kanu is the stumbling block they have.
Yes.
So they need to take him out of the way. Okay. Now, for those of you gullibles that we still fall to their tricks, okay, because I'm happy. I've gone through some comments. I've gone through the comments, and I see that our people are waking up. Okay. So the first thing is that you must be mentally tough. Okay. Like those of us. Okay. We are mentally tough. So we can fall to all these their tricks. You get me? Now, I want to, for those of you that don't know, I want to ask simple question. For those of you, Nnamdi Kanu has been in detention for the past 5 years. Okay, if we add the one before, his trial before and all that, for the past 10 years, he's undergoing trial for the past 10 years. Okay, let's say for 5 years now, he's been behind bars, and everything that is still happening, why he's been absent, they are still blaming him for it. For the past 5 years, Nnamdi Kanu has been behind bars. And everything that is still happening, they are still tagging it. They are still pinning it on him. Okay, now let me ask you. On the 15th, on the 2nd of December, 2015, young Igbo men were killed in Onitsha. The same thing also repeated in the early 2016. They shot young Igbo men, young Igbo youths. Okay, now on the 28th, 29th, 30th of May 2016, they went to a church, took young Igbo men and women who gathered in a church. Hundreds were lost. They killed a lot of people.
Yes.
In 2016, May 28, 29, 30. They killed young Igbo men and women. Now, coming down on February 9th, 2016, some people gathered and were praying and singing in Aba, Ngwa High School in Aba, Abia State. The military went there with the police. The Joint Task Force went there and shot them. And we lost hundreds of people. And they took some others away. Later, we now discovered their bodies in borrow pits. We discovered their bodies in shallow graves. Most of them, their bodies was dissolved with acid, acid. They were baited with acid.
That's right.
Was it also Nnamdi Kanu that has been committing these atrocities? Now, going further, on the 20th of January, 2017, that was actually the day Donald Trump was inaugurated, his first tenure. Hundreds were killed in River State. Young men and women were killed, and a lot of them were imprisoned. And you ask yourself, what are the crime of these people? What has been the crime of these people? Okay, now on the 14th of September 2017, the home of Nnamdi Kanu in Afaruku, Ibeku, was invaded. The military invaded it in an attempt to assassinate him, to kill him. He managed to escape. They killed 28 people at that spot.
Yes.
And several others, hundreds of others were killed that day. Those who were fleeing for their life. Hundreds were killed that day in Abia State. Now, coming down to 2020, on the 20th of October 2020, when Nigerians were asking for a better country, when Nigerians were asking for good leadership, they shot scores of them at Lekki Toll Gate. They killed a lot of them in Lagos. Now, in River State, in Obibo, in Transamadi, in Elelawon, and those houses, hundreds were killed. This has been the atrocities committed by the state, by the security personnel, by Nigerian state, against the citizens.
They don't see it.
Against the indigenous people, against the Igbo'S. Okay. Now, on the 21st, in 2021, a woman called Kalista Ifed was kidnapped by the Directorate of State Security, DSS. She was kidnapped around 2 a.m. She and the husband was kidnapped. The woman, as of the time of as of the time she was adopted, she was above 50 years. She was adopted and taken away. That was all we had from her. In 2026, the DSX, the state security, now admitted that they adopted her and that she died in their custody. So they killed her. They adopted her and they killed her. And I don't know the people that are following the case, because I would have asked that the body of that woman be exhumed so that we find out if her organs are still intact. We find out if her organs are still intact. Because the young man who exposed the one of Okozosas, I heard he's still behind bars.
Yeah.
The young man who exposed the one of Okozosas is still behind bars. We find out, let's find out if her organs, if the organs of Kalista Ifed is still intact. Or they've used her organ, or they've sold her organ, or her organ. Since they are in the business of organ harvesting. That is what we get. And what is the crime of this woman? They said she's an IPOB. They said she sells provision. She sells something. She sells food. And people comes to buy from her. An IPOB comes to buy from her. And Igbo'S come to buy from her. You ask yourself, what is the meaning of IPOB? Indigenous people of Biafra. So why are you killing indigenous people? Why are you displacing indigenous people? That means there is an agenda to displace indigenous people.
There is.
The people in Aba that were singing and praying in Ngwa High School on the 9th of February 2016 that you went and shot, what was their crime? They were singing and praying. Then you should have told us, if Nigeria is an Islamic country, then you make it open to us. That's why that people like us, we know that Nigeria is an Islamic country, because Nigeria doesn't have Christianity in their constitution. So you should make it public, make it open, so that people like us can understand. We can leave our various faiths and join you and become extremists, because you cannot survive in Nigeria if you're not religiously extremist. You get what I'm saying? Then we convert the whole churches in Nigeria to mosque. You should have told us. Because if people can be praying and singing, and you go there and shoot them and kill them in their 100, was it also Nnamdi Kanu that did all these things? All these atrocities were committed by the state. We are committed by the government. Is that not so?
The guy, this my brother, really recapped everything here. Recapped every single thing. For some of us who are ignorant, who are not paying attention, that is when I see those of them who come around to accuse me as a Nnamdi Kanu, accuse me as a someone else. And now they forgot the crime that the state have committed against their own people. They forget the crime that the states have committed against people. The number of lives, thousands of lives have been lost. That one doesn't bother them. Even as we speak, the government, the terrorists are still burning houses. These are terrorist military. They are still burning houses in Biafra land. They are still burning buildings. They are burning houses. They are still kidnapping people in our land, even as we speak. But you come, you see some of our people. They are still busy attacking Mazen Nnamdi Kanu. Oh, Mazen Nnamdi Kanu because of the insecurity. And now they are the one now piloting the new narrative. The first group they used was the group of Ikenga. The one that called himself Udele. And Nekachi Museum. Their own plan has failed. Their own propaganda could not hold water. Because they couldn't carry, they could not hold water. Everybody knows where they're coming from. Their own propaganda could not work. Now they started the new one. The new one now is going to media to blackmail and call for the death of Mazen Nnamdi Kanu, which is this idiot that came out now. And they will not still succeed. But the bitter thing is that the people they are using in all this propaganda are Igbo'S. It is shameful. It is shameful. It is very shameful. And the only thing that can save us is to get out of Nigeria. Nigeria is evil. Nothing good is going to come out of Nigeria. Not just for us, for anybody. That name has everything to do with wickedness, with the blood of innocent. Until that name is scrapped completely, there will be no peace. It doesn't matter what you think, how you feel. Continue to pretend and do your evil. Any genuine and sensible person will always stand and join the disintegration of the construction of Nigeria. Just when you think it's going to be good, just see, then before yesterday, just recently, every one of you saw the video. Let me see if I can find the video and play it again. So that those of you who have not seen it, even their conventional media were showing it. Where a policeman, Nigerian police was telling somebody that came back from abroad, if say you be Igbo person, I will detain you. That detain itself is understatement. If you are an Igbo person, they will shoot you. A policeman see you in the checkpoint, an Igbo man, you argue with, they will shoot you. They will shoot you. If you're an Igbo man traveling from abroad, once you land in Murtala Mohammed International Airport, even from the airport there, they will begin to treat you. You will begin to realize that you are in a strange land. An Igbo person. Once you land in Nigeria, if you land in Nigeria, you will realize that where you've been in paradise before. Whichever country you are, you have been in a paradise, in a respected paradise. That's where you're coming from. It is when you get to Nigeria, you will realize, oh my God. You will realize that you have been at home. That place you call abroad is your home. The place you call abroad is the right place to call home. Because immediately you land to the Murtala Mohammed International Airport, you begin to see that you are now in a strange land. You will begin to see it that you are now in a strange land. That abroad that you have stayed is a home for you. A Biafran abroad is a home for you. Nigeria is where you understand that you are a stranger. You are a total stranger. A total stranger. Let me see if I can find that video and play it. Let me see if I can find that video and play it so that we will see what Nigeria has become. We will see what the zoological republic has become. A monstrous, I don't know how to call it, a monstrous entity that needs to be wiped away. A monstrous entity that needs to be discarded and thrown into the bin.
Outrage and calls for accountability within the Nigerian police force. In this now viral clip, an officer was seen confronting a driver during a stop and search and threatening him that if he were Igbo, he would have been immediately detained. Let's take a look.
I'm living Akure. Okay. Sorry?
I'll do better to me.
I don't have anything now. I don't have anything. I would have give you.
I just want to see you are very close to that dog. With another person, or Igbo or something.
I don't get anything. That's why. So I will give you now. Can I have my driving license here? What can I do now? You have my driving license here. I'm recording you. To let you know, I'm recording you right now. So, can I have my driving license? Check your paper and then let's go. Better. Don't shout. Leave him. I'll go him on record. But I've already told you. You have my paper. My paper is correct. Everything is there. You are with my driving license. I haven't committed any. Offense. I know. Okay.
Are you okay?
Okay.
A Nigerian police officer on duty in uniform openly telling a citizen that his ethnicity would have determined whether he was detained or not. This is not.
It is a confirmation that we are not Nigerians. We are not citizens of Nigeria. We are not, and we will never be. It's another confirmation. We are not citizens of Nigeria, because if we were citizens of Nigeria, that man would not make that comment. He will not make that comment. Even those of us living abroad, nobody will tell you that abroad, say because you're a foreigner or because you're black. If you were to be a black or because if you are a black man, I will tell you, no policeman abroad will say that to you. Where we are living abroad, nobody talks to us in that manner. But in a country that they tell you to be one, a policeman is telling you that if you are to be an evil person, they will tell you something you cannot hear far across ocean where you are coming from. And some of us think it's a joke.
Not a slip of tongue. That is a window into a mindset. And it is exactly the kind of institutionalized ethnic profiling that erodes public trust in law enforcement. Dr. Bati, your thoughts?
Well, don't forget this useless Dr. Bati that will talk rubbish. You have seen it, every one of us. The earlier we begin to walk away from this madness, the better for all of us. We are not part of Nigeria, and we will never be. It is not, you can't pretend it. We are not. We will never be. I appreciate everyone that have been part of this program, as you have joined us on this program. Today's discussion is utterly born about human dignity. The discussion today is just about human dignity. Regardless of political opinion, every community deserves respect, equal protection under the law, and the opportunity to express their views peacefully. The questions surrounding identity, history, and self-determination are complex and deserve careful, informed, and respectful discussion rather than hostility or dehumanization, as you are doing to the Biafrans. I appreciate everyone that joined the live stream today. If you found this discussion valuable, please like the video, share it, subscribe if you have not done so. We are going to come back again, 7 p.m. Biafran time. I'm having a special program, 7 p.m. Biafran time. I have a special program where I'm going to be having a program with Master Prophet and my brother 247. We are going to be having program by 7 p.m. Try as much as possible to join us if you are free by 7 p.m. Join us on that program. It is going to be a bombshell. Be there and be blessed. Thank you so much for being part of the program. May Chukwu guide and protect everyone that have been with us on this program. May Chukwu guide and protect our Prime Minister Mazi Simon Ekwan Joko. May Chukwu guide and protect our Supreme Mazi Nalekano. Thank you for being part of the program. I will see you again 7 p.m. Biafra time. Be there. Don't miss it. Very important.
Let the universe bear witness to the sacred code. The ground beneath us does not yield to seasonal guests. The tenant cannot sack the landlord. The employee can never sack the employer. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu remains the supreme leader of IPOB. His command is final. Whatever he says goes. Pursuant to the strict authority of the supreme leader and the sacred unyielding IPO code of conduct, the third administration of the DOS is hereby dissolved. The sentence is passed, your names are permanently erased. Chikaedozi, you are sacked. Tony Nzurumike, you are sacked. Austin Agbanyim, you are sacked. Kukurio Farma, you are sacked. Isaiah Uba, you are sacked. Collins Chinedu, you are sacked. China Zanworu, you are sacked. Fidelis Ejogu, you are sacked. Chidin Manworu, Juliet Edward Filatro, you are sacked. You are indefinitely expelled. You are Nigerian agents. Stay off from IPOB. You no longer speak. You no longer act for the children of light. The employee cannot fire the boss. Tenant cannot sack the landlord. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is the leader, the supreme leader of IPOB. Through the trials, through the chains, his word remains absolute. Whatever Mazi Nnamdi Kanu says goes. Whatever the supreme leader says goes. They thought darkness could hide the shadows of greed. They forgot the soil remembers every treacherous deed. After the illegal extraction, when the leader was taken away, the enemies of the struggle came out to play. Governor Dave Umahi paid $500,000, a blood money bribe to buy collars for the scholars of shame. They took the cash, sabotaged the release, and traded the crown, bribing media houses just to tear the leader's legacy down. But the truth is a rock, it crushes the hand that betrays. But in the darkest hour, the true guardian stood high, refusing to let the message of restoration die. We lift our voices to honor the ones who defended the light, the shield of the truth in the dead of the night. Thank you, Biafra, Vanguard Media, for standing so bold, for ensuring the unfiltered truth was always told. Salute to the dedicated souls of Abbott, standing the test. Salute to the rising sun, unyielding and blessed, and the ambassador for self-determination marching ahead, keeping the fire burning for the living and the dead. You defended the leader, you shielded the name from the stain. Oh, whatever Mazi Nnamdi Kanu says goes. Whatever the supreme leader says goes. The fourth DOS is here, working with global power to heal the land. The genocide must stop, the boss has spoken. Victory is absolute.
This word. Nigeria has given all these things I have said as a failed state. This is the impact of Nigeria in your life. A failed state. today, when the Fulani terrorists were attacking Abuja, all of you were running scatter. Some of you that built one bacha in Abuja, in the area where they attacked, you ran for your life. And the government were not there to help you. Because I want you to understand that, no, the presence of Biafrans in that area are much. Just the way when they attacked church in Yoruba land, all of you were shouting, they have attacked Yoruba, they have attacked Yoruba church. Do you know the number of Biafrans that were casualties or victims in that church attack is higher than the number of Yorubas? Have you forgotten that almost all the people that were interviewed as a victim of that church attack were all Biafrans? Igbo'S speaking Biafrans. Are you not aware? That is why we are now addressing every Biafran across Nigeria. A failed state without strong governance that plunged into disorder. Nigeria is an example of that. Violence and sponsoring terrorism against its own people and citizens. Nigeria, being a failed state, must end by 2023 because we have seen that failing state can quickly become a threat to international security, be it by exporting drugs or by becoming a safe haven for terrorists. Nigeria, as today, has become a safe haven for terrorists. It's a place where the capital of the country will be attacked, under heavy attack, and no resistance. It means that Nigeria has become a safe haven for terrorists. And that is a threat to America. It's a threat to the Western world. When one of the generals from the United States was making speech a few years ago that the terrorists are trying to create safe haven in Nigeria, and after that, they are going to attack America. Little did he know, with all their intelligence everywhere, that Nigeria has actually become a safe haven for terrorists. Up to the point that the president of the country has been threatened that he's going to be kidnapped. Up to the point that impeachment proceeding or motion were raised at the National Assembly, only for the Senate president, who is also a Fulani and part of the sponsor of this jihadis and this Fulanization, turned it down, up to the point that the opposition senators walked away from the National Assembly. The country is in chaos, failed state. And we have come to change the script. Those of them who thought they have something impact to make in the National Assembly, when they tell you Peter Obi should go and become president, I want to ask you today, how would Peter Obi impact and change Nigeria when the Senate president will become a Fulani and the people that are going to be at the National Assembly are bigger in number from the north, from the Fulani, than the people of the secular side? How will you change the system? For those of you who do not understand, I want you to know that the 12 states of northern Nigeria that are under Sharia law, they are all Muslim representative. No Christian will be voted to come to Abuja to represent those states that practice Sharia law. Are you aware of that? If you have any of that from the 12 northern states that practice Sharia law, if you have any Christian as a senator, come and show it to me. Now, we must end this in 2023. The terrorists collaborate with the other Nigeria security agencies to carry out their terrorist attack, like what you saw in Abuja last night. They kidnapped just 2 kilometers away from the military checkpoint across Nigeria. And this is no longer issue that anybody will doubt. So what has your low self-esteem Nigeria impacted on you or in you? How have that affected the situation? They are now threatening to kidnap the fake president of Nigeria and has waged war against the capital of Nigeria called Abuja. With all this fact I have said so far, it is clear that Nigeria has become a safe haven for terrorists and has posed a serious threat to international security. I want to also remind you, the proliferation of terrorists or the upsurge of terrorists is not far from the call the fake president made while he was in Egypt. He made a call calling all the terrorists in Africa, all Fulani in Africa, to come to Nigeria without a visa, in validation to the fact that Fulani claim that Nigeria belongs to them. They claim the ownership of Nigeria. This man went to Egypt and opened the door for all the terrorists from the all other Northern Africa to enter Nigeria, and today they have arrived. They have arrived. But you continue to talk about P2P and election. They have arrived. But you continue to live on the script given to you. The script is changing. Are you aware of that? But with a new breed of terrorists sponsored by the government who are willing to inflict mass casualties on our society, the proliferation and the upsurge has acquired a new sense of urgency to the Biafran people. And we have here to call for that urgency. The urgency is that the funding of the Eastern Security Network must be on daily basis. Everybody must now change this particular script and channel your tithe and everything to funding of the Eastern Security Network. Our own security. I want you, those of you who are shouting, if this kind of arms enters your village in any part of Biafra land today, who do you think will stand them? I am asking you. Who do you think will stand these people? You think that in Abuja, the army could not stand them? Is it in Anambra that the army is going to stand them? Who do you think will stand them? The Eastern Security Network is... It has become imperative for this particular state of the nation broadcast that if you are not yet part of funding the Eastern Security Network, the time is now. Otherwise, it may be in your doorstep. Because Nigeria security agencies are part of them. And if you think that when this happens in Biafra land, all these governors will come and ask military to come and you are just living in full paradise. So, Igbo'S military has been confirmed to be criminals from across other ethnic nationalities, and even Fulanis are now in Igbo'S in our own Biafra land. A Fulani man has become Igbo'S. This is fact. And we must deal with it decisively. Our first priority now is to wipe Igbo'S out of Biafra land, anywhere they are. That is number one move. Igbo'S have never been seen engaging any herdsmen with AK-47. Igbo'S has never been seen engaging anybody that has gone as a Fulani terrorist. Rather, Igbo'S was formed to hunt Eastern Security Network, and we have openly declared that war. It is going to be between us and Igbo'S, even though it is going to be a little bit distraction. Because, you know, it is part of the war game. The war game is that you try as much as possible to distract your enemy. So, governors in the southeast who are supporting Igbo'S, they are our #1 enemy. Because the people they recruited into Igbo'S are not Biafrans. Those in the Igbo-speaking part of Biafra land, they are not Igbo-speaking. So what they do, they give them money and say, go after Biafra agitators. So you have come to understand today that Igbo'S is never in any way to combat any terrorist attack or to combat any Fulani herdsmen carrying AK-47 or to do any other thing other than to look for Eastern Security Network and our young men and youth. So our focus, not all focus, we partly go to Igbo'S. We're going to wipe them out of Biafra land. It is part of the script we are going to rewrite. I want you to understand that the second thing that is going to be my point at this evening, we need to look at the security today in a holistic fashion in an age where security challenges have become multidimensional. Our response must be multidimensional as well. We see today that the kidnappers are kidnapping people just 2 kilometers away from the military checkpoint. Soludo also have bragged that branded in branded all manner of names against Eastern Security Network and agitators. He called them kidnappers, he called them criminals. But Soludo vigilante second in command or a commander has been arrested for kidnapping. Did you see Soludo coming to social media to talk about that his own vigilante, Anambra vigilante, were arrested for kidnapping? No. This brings me directly to my third point. Any viable security strategy today must be a strategy of group teamwork. No single agitating group possesses all the necessary means for effective security or for effective security management. In our land today, Eastern Security Network need your support. And it needs the support of all groups to combat these terrorists. Only through cooperation, alliances, will the full range of the instrument be available to us. And of course, we do not want the presence of military in our land going forward. They also become our enemy because the military have proven and have shown their unpreparedness, and then also those who have alliances with these terrorists, they have shielded them while they attack and kidnap our people. My fourth point, a strategy of engagement required not only a variety of instruments, but also patience in applying them. That is why we are working assiduously every day and night with Umada, chaired by Madam Azoka Charles Nwankwo. We apply the highest level of patience while dealing with these challenges we are facing. We engage and we also engage. We need to keep up our engagement. If we want to change things for the better, we need to do more than provide armed security. We also need to assist in creating a conducive environment for long-term stability. This we have done by asking the leaders to pull out the military from our land to enable us face these terrorists that came to Abuja, that we'll see also, you will see them in Biafra land very soon. As you see them attacking Abuja today, do not think that they are far from your land. They are coming to you. When they are done with Abuja, you are next. Are you sure you can count on this military when that happens? Are you sure you can count on the military when that happens? The military that cannot protect Abuja from being under attack, the military that cannot stop them from kidnapping people from the railway, going from Abuja to Kaduna. Are you sure you can trust this military when that happens? Which brings me to my fourth and final point. A truly effective strategy of engagement, one that has a lasting impact, must be strategy that is firmly based on values. Value system. It has been the motto of Biafra. We value our lives and value ourselves. So our operational engagement must have the value system. And that Eastern Security Network has applied in the highest decorum. I want to inform you today, as we look forward to liberate Biafrans from Nigeria come 2023, where Biafra is going to be where democracy and freedom, human rights and religious tolerance are the key principles that we must never compromise. And this assurance we have given to the international community, those who care to listen to us. There will not only be permanent features of our way of life in Biafra Republic, there will also provide our security policies with the moral compass. I want to inform you, these, in my view, are some of the key underlying principles for a strategy that seeks to address the insecurity in Biafra land. And I believe they explain why IPOB autopilot is so busy and why these alliances are in so much demand, because IPOB autopilot and ESN is able to make unique contribution to such broad strategy of engagement. Not as a police of Biafra, of course, but by making available certain measures in a way no other agitating group can or have ever done. This is because Biafra is here. One very strong measure or asset of that IPOB autopilot is to bring together all genuine agitating group before 2023. In IPOB autopilot under the leadership of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, these groups sit around the same table trying to find consensus and develop common approach to defend Biafra and defend Biafra land and liberate Biafra people from Nigeria come 2023. This does not rule out occasional disagreement, but in the end, the culture of compromise and the habit of cooperation always proves stronger than our disagreement in the struggle. This deep-rooted sense of common purpose in getting Biafra liberated by 2023 has enabled the IPOB autopilot to engage in some of the most demanding engagement and to carry on even if the obstacle seemed insurmountable at times. This unique staying power is sometimes, or should I say, is something that only a permanent alliance can give you. Permanent alliance. It is tremendous measure and asset and something that we must preserve. Every alliances we have had so far must be preserved. Going forward, as we are changing the script of Nigeria in your life. Over the past 1 year, IPOB Autopilot has developed relation with dozens of Biafra diaspora groups in countries in Europe and beyond. These partnership or alliances, as you may call it, have thus created a cooperative momentum that has never before existed on this Biafra movement. We are now broadening this cooperation further by enhancing our cooperation with countries that seek our cooperation, but seeking nations and government support as well. I want to inform Biafrans today that the next big challenge ahead of us is to build more structured relationship with other international organizations and policymakers. I want you to understand that here too, we have already made considerable stride. We are also looking at the full activation of the Biafra government in exile and looking forward to welcoming them on board. We look forward to this. We look forward to welcoming the Biafra government in exile. If it is going to be for the best interest of Biafra people and the liberation of Biafra and the freedom of Biafra, we look forward to that. At the same time, we are also looking forward to having Ekwenche on board. We are looking forward to having Ekwenche on board. This is necessary and it has become imperative. So those of you, the Ekwenche, if you are watching me today, you need to come on board. In a few weeks' time, we are going to create war council that will play a very strategic role in making sure that the terrorists coming to our land are defeated in short while. We are about to open a new chapter in the struggle for Biafra. Before I end this broadcast, irrespective of our differences, irrespective of our disagreement in any way we have, I will not finish this broadcast without acknowledging the progress of different groups so far. Like I said, so many groups have done tremendously very well. As we also have received the news from the United Nations, the comment on the release and demand for the release and immediate release of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu from the UN Human Rights Group, the Biafra Working Group headed by Madam Bridget Okafor, and Madam Bridget Okafor and her gallant men walking this stride to bring Bruce Fein to make this particular news that you see today happen. So irrespective of whatever differences there are in the struggle, we acknowledge the stride that they have achieved so far with the United Nations making the statement. We must focus on the armed struggle for Biafra at the same time, as we are using a holistic approach which must not be the same with other approach being used by different groups, you must respect and value each other's from their different perspectives. Our own perspective is that we are now in armed struggle. Those of you who value your political or diplomatic approach will continue with the diplomatic approach. Those of you who value your political approach should also continue with your political approach. Those of you who believe in judicial approach should also, or due process approach, should continue in your due process approach. While all this approach will come together and impact in the liberation of Biafra by 2023, our arms is up and we are not taking it down. We are taking up arms to defend our land against the impending danger that if we do not do that, we will all be wiped away and nobody will ask questions and nobody will come for the aid of Biafra people. I must acknowledge them and her team that brought Bruce fame. You all know that in the struggle for Biafra, Simon Ekpa has never been against anybody. Whoever that have anything to offer in the struggle, I stand on the legacy of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, and it has always been whatever you know you can offer the Biafra struggle, you do it and come forward. If you have a group that such approach can work with, you go with it. We need to aim for a relationship that allow IPOB autopilot under the leadership of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and other groups to discuss and coordinate their approach, not only with respect to insecurity in Biafra, but across a full spectrum of today's insecurity challenges or security challenges in Nigeria, and also the kinetic approach to Biafra liberation and Biafra exit from Nigeria. We acknowledge Umuada and their chairperson, Madam Azoka Charles Nwankwo, all the members of Umuada that I respect too much, from Madam Ifi to Barbara to Chichi to Maureen to Judith to Carolina to Blessing, to all these people, all these wonderful women that have worked assiduously for the past 1 year. And if I did not mention your name, you know that you are well acknowledged. Madam Erewa, thank you very much. Madam Erewa, who is the engine house, very wonderful and powerful woman, who I respect so much. And for those, if I didn't mention your name, I apologize for that. And Pastor Rose as well, you know, she have done her part and continue to do. I must acknowledge all of you for the wisdom, resilience, and what you have displayed for the past few months of tribulation. I want to inform you all that unity is the key. Irrespective of whatever differences we have, you must put Biafra first. We also know that a lot of people may not be very well pleased with our approach to Biafra. But it is part of this game. And as we continue to broaden this relationship, building these alliances because we know Biafra is coming in 2023. I have a special announcement for Biafra people this evening. Our special announcement today, as we advances, we hereby announce Mazi Ede as the entire coordinator for Northern Nigeria. You know yourselves, you know him. He will coordinate the entire Northern Nigeria. He has done it before. He will do it this time under autopiloted IPOB. For those of you who are waiting for him, this evening we have therefore activated his coordinatorship of the Northern Nigeria. This has become very imperative. So cut this particular session of this broadcast and circulate it to all Biafrans in the North that from tonight they are coordinated by Mazi Ede, the uncompromised one. Fellow Biafrans, I am aware that not everyone might agree with this. For some differences may seem less risky than engagement. Some people may feel that they can afford to look away or concentrate on their immediate neighborhood. Because you may understand better than many others that is an age of Biafra struggle. No walls, mountain, or even ocean can stop us. A strategy of engagement guided by ourselves and our value is the only feasible way to approach Biafra liberation. And to face the insecurity in our land today. I want to inform you today that we will liberate Biafra from Nigeria come 2023. There is nothing on this planet Earth that will stop it. Financial support for this to be achieved is needed. We need fund. When you watch this terrorist raining bullet on innocent Nigerians in Abuja, it is money. And when they come to us, we need the exact force to defend it. So, those of you who are yet to come in term with the reality that Nigeria is gone, you may regret never supported the movement when the time is due. The second announcement we will do this evening is the IPOB autopilot in India. There is a WhatsApp group, a WhatsApp number that you can call if you are watching from India and you want to be part of the IPOB autopilot in India. This number.
Professor Olufimilade is here, so I would quickly, as I said before, everyone is going to be muted. Prof, you are also muted. Now, Prof, if you can unmute yourself, what is going to happen now is I will give you the chance to, take the floor. What has happened here is that the reason why we've basically called this meeting, and I must say, and I must give a very big thanks to the three key speakers. We will have other people to probably put some points across. First of all, Chief Femi Fani-Kayode, the former Minister of Aviation, I will say thank you very much for quickly joining this conversation. At the same time, I'm thanking Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, the leader, indigenous people of Biafra, for joining this conversation.
Professor Femi Olufimilade, Director, Buratai Center for Contemporary Security Affairs, Igbo'S University, Okada, Edo State, Nigeria, who also was the APC Presidential Campaign Council of the ruling party between 2015 and now. So I would start by saying, Professor, can you now take the floor? Prof, are you here?
Yes, I'm here, Mercy. Thank you for having me here. I think the focus of this discourse is on the NSAS protest, if I'm correct.
Yes, the focus of this is solely on the NSAS movement. I chose my term carefully here to say this is a movement. Now, the reason why we all gathered here is there is a dimension that has started evolving in the last couple of hours, where whoever that is trying to make this movement an ethnic movement. And we are here to say this is not an ethnic protest or movement. That we are here to say stop the propaganda to make it one, because that is not what it is. On that note, as I spoke to you on the phone, you now have the floor to make your presentation, Professor.
Okay, thank you very much, Mazi. Let me just make a little clarification in your introduction. I was a member of the Buhari Presidential Campaign Council 2015 and 2019, and even in 2011. And that was because of one's belief that based on his antecedents, that is one person that will do this country proud, being a man of discipline, a man of integrity. But I think the recent developments have proved us to be grossly wrong in our thinking. But that is by the way. The protests that are on, by any stretch of the imagination, cannot be described as an ethnic protest. This is a protest started by youths across the ethnic and religious divides who have been at the receiving end of police brutality in Nigeria, particularly in the southern part of the country. And those kids on the street, so well organized that I would say anywhere that they organize the best and most sophisticated protest in the history of this world. The way they organized themselves in terms of conducting themselves before the security personnel, the way they took care of those who needed food or who needed drink. When you are standing there in the sun, in the rain, from throughout, round the clock, you will need to refresh yourself. They made that available. Those who are brutalized, rescue, treatment, arrangements were excellent. A lot of them are PhD holders. Some of them have masters. Some of them are medical doctors, lawyers, engineers. They are people that understood what the stakes are, and they cut across all the ethnic divides. So nobody can come and tell us that it was an ethnic affair, or that it was the Igbo'S propelling it, or it was the Yorubas that were propelling it, or that a disgruntled politician called Tinubu was behind it, or anybody. These kids knew what they wanted. And what led them to that was clear. They cannot move around with a common device, a smartphone. Police will start opening their phones and then asking them to take them to the ATM. They could not move around with tablets. They could not move around with laptops. And it afflicted all of them, regardless of where they come from. So it wasn't an ethnic thing. But along the line, I observed that the powers that be were trying to divide them, and a lot of mischievous write-ups started surfacing on the internet. For example, they say, oh, you Yoruba, look at where this protest took place, the preponderance of the protest is in your area. Nothing is happening in Aba. Nothing is happening in Owerri, which is a lie. Look at miscreants. Those are sponsored people, though. They attacked this newspaper. They attacked that hotel. But go to Aba, go to Nnewi, nothing is happening. You should know that when you have a formidable movement, the establishment that you are fighting will not rest on its words. They are not going to sit by because they know that you are trying to wrestle power out of their hands indirectly, because it will get to a point where something will have to give. So for that reason, they are not going to sit folding their hands. Did you see numerous footages making the rounds of people that look like security operatives dropping miscreants, holding machetes, holding sticks in strategic places to attack these same protesters? So please don't let us give this any form of, attach any form of seriousness to it at all. It was the establishment side of things to inject a kind of divide and rule propaganda so that those who are protesting as brothers and sisters can then turn against themselves. Those who started this protest never started in a violent manner. But the miscreants that they were bringing, being sponsored, being given 1,500 naira, from the people that seems to belong to a particular ethnic coloration, which began in Abuja, that were being brought to destroy cars, to machete girls. That was the ethnic angle to it. When they went to sponsor some miscreants in Abuja, they said they are the indigenous people of Abuja. These are people that don't even have a minister in the National Assembly, which is something they should be focusing, which have been fighting for, that they deserve it, that the federal government took their land to form a federal capital territory, doesn't mean that they should not have due representation. Instead of focusing that, they said they don't want anybody to come and protest on their land. Which land? So those are the ethnic dimension to this protest is purely the handiwork of the establishment.
Thank you very much, Professor Olufemilade, for that, straight to the point intervention. At this juncture, I would call on Chief Femi Fani Kayode to please make his own intervention before we will get on the leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, to make his own intervention as well. Chief, are you there? Chief, can you please unmute yourself? Yes, going to spotlight you now. Chief, you're on now. You've unmuted yourself. You can go on. We can see you. Chief Fani Kayode, we can see you.
Thank you very much.
The connection is playing up a little bit.
Thank you very much.
Okay, it's much better.
Discussion. Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
It's coming from your end, I'm told. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Okay. Okay, good. Well, thank you for having me on this program. It's an honor to be here, especially with my good friend Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and others. Let me start by saying that I agree with some of what the earlier speaker said, that this whole issue, what's unfolding in our country today, is not a reaction from any particular state. It goes across the line. question about that. It is also a reaction to what I would say is 5 years of ineptitude, 5 years shame in terms of leadership we've cut off. Hello? Hello?
Chief, you're on. Go ahead. You're on.
Sorry, it keeps cutting.
You're
I'm
on.
sorry. Okay. All right. So let me start again. What I'm trying to say is this, that it is very clear to me that this whole struggle, or what's unfolding in Nigeria, is not ethnic-based. What is happening is that it is a reaction to inept government, a barbaric and savage government that has done nothing but destroy the will of the people, kill its own people, destroy its own people, destroy their future, and most importantly, harboring savages within the police force and the other security agencies, genocide and ethnic cleansing over the last 5 years. It's embodied in the whole EndSARS movement. But EndSARS is just the beginning. Because if you talk about EndSARS, you also have to talk about the fact that for the last 5 years, IPOB youths have been slaughtered in this country. For the last 5 years, Shia Muslims have been slaughtered. For the last 5 years, Northern Christians have been targeted and slaughtered. For the last 5 years, Southerners have been slaughtered. And for the last 5 years, you've had this government literally supporting, protecting, and sponsoring ethnic militias to kill people that they don't like.
I think the internet is playing up a little bit. Let's hope it's going to get better quickly.
Yeah, Mazi, can I suggest something? Mazi is okay, please.
Yes.
Yes. My name is Odumoko. While Chief Femi Fani-Kayode, the internet is being worked on, maybe we can take Mazi's. He'll be making presentation. We can come back to Chief Fani-Kayode.
That's fine. Thank you very much for that intervention, Ngozi. What is going to happen now? I would ask Mazi Nnamdi Kanu to please unmute his iPad and to do the following. In the last couple of hours, my good brother, there has been broadcast making round. You know, when I say that something has gone viral, in the real sense of it, it has gone viral. This same broadcast of yours has been also being, again, we believe, misconstrued. The question and the reason why we converged here is for you. You are the one that made the broadcast. You are the one that we have invited. Can you please clarify that so that, you know, if insinuations are wrong, then the whole world is watching us on this platform right now, so that those insinuations will be corrected. On that note, I will hand over to my good brother, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. You have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you very much for having me. Thank you very much. And the fact of the matter is this. First of all, I wish to...
Sorry, go ahead.
You can't be at this level.
Sorry, can you unmute yourself once more, please? Sorry about that.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you very much for having me. First of all, before I delve into the substance of the question you asked, I wish to, first of all, commend the sacrifice, the bravery, the forthrightness and formidability of Nigerian youth right across that very country at this moment in time, doing something that no other generation in Black Africa has been able to do. This is a moment in history that will be looked back on in many years to come as the time that the politics of ethnicity, the politics of tribe, the politics of religion was put to bed. You made reference to a clip making the rounds, which I can categorically tell you that yes, it is my voice. Yes, I made a broadcast a few days ago when young people were being slaughtered at Lekki Tollgate. And in that very speech that I made, it was very clear and unambiguous. But the people that cut and paste and put the clip together were trying to be very mischievous. Their intention is to try to infuse an element of tribe or ethnicity into the ongoing campaign to free young people from the bondage that Nigeria has become. And their intention, I believe, has failed very woefully. At no time, I must say, did I insinuate or say anything to convey the erroneous impression which they are now peddling that we are now taking over or control of Lagos State. I was live on air and somebody called, a Biafran for that matter, a young lady called from Lekki. They were under attack. And as a matter of fact, that very clip has been posted on my page, on my Facebook page. And I made it very clear that the fact that the Shia Muslims were slaughtered and nobody did anything, IPOB over the years have been slaughtered or are being slaughtered and nothing ever happened, that had now in a way given impetus to the government to do what they did at Lekki Tollgate. Unless you do not have a child, anybody who has empathy, anybody who has a child, anybody who is a parent, you will feel for what those people went through a couple of nights ago. And in the heat of the moment, enraged and angry that such a thing could be happening to those holding Nigerian flag and singing Nigerian national anthem, that spontaneous anger and rage within those survivors from Lekki Tollgate spilled out and became what you're now having today. It was the government that provoked it. We knew those who were involved and their names were mentioned, and the people took it upon themselves to exact revenge. That was exactly what happened. Now, listen to this. Somebody rang the program. That very person said they are calling from Oyibo. And as you well know, in Igbo'S, that the white man miraculously named Port Harcourt, there is a place called Obibo, not Oyibo. I corrected the caller by telling the caller that you are calling from Obibo and not Oyibo. Do you know that these people twisted those words and said that I was referring to Oyimbo, somewhere in Lagos, that Biafrans are now intending or planning to take over a part of Yoruba land. And the world must understand this. When we started our agitation for Biafra, there was a lot of representations and a lot of people asked us to nationalize it, so to speak, to make it Nigeria-wide. And I said no for exactly what is happening today. If I am not allowed to intervene when Nigerian youths are protesting, that means there is no Nigeria in the first place. And the most shocking thing about it is that the people who are behind this very cheap propaganda are supposedly learned men and women. If you claim there is a place called Nigeria and something is happening in a part of Nigeria, and so to speak, another Nigerian from elsewhere is making an intervention, it could be positive, it could be negative. Are you now saying or implying that people should only intervene only when matters or issues affect where they come from? If that is the case, then the whole One Nigeria debate is a hypocritical one. That is what I want the world to take away from this. Now, at no time did I imply that any part of Yoruba land is being taken over by Biafrans. At no time did I imply that we are there to take over what our young people are doing on the ground. This protest, which has now turned into a revolution, was spontaneous as a result of years and decades of brutality of the state against innocent young people, ostensibly from the South.
Thank you.
We have not made any attempt whatsoever. We have not made any attempt whatsoever to immerse ourselves in the process that they are now going through in order to accomplish what they have set out to accomplish in the first place. What we merely did was to give our widows might, to direct them as to the best things to do. That very state called Nigeria have been involved in the killing of their young people, not just robbing them of their dreams, but killing them quite literally. And something needs to be done about it. And we are doing something about it. What else I find very shocking and distressing is this. We have now forgotten about those that lost their lives at Lekki. We have now forgotten about those who were drenched in blood and the green, white, green flag of Nigeria soaked in the blood of the innocent. We are now talking about tribe and ethnicity from people that should know better, from people who over the years have been telling us about the virtues of one Nigeria and the need to sustain a sense of pride and nationalism within each and every citizen. All of a sudden, they have become very parochial. All of a sudden, they have withdrawn into their tribal shells. And that is very, very distressing. And it is not in a good place for any of us to be in. Right now, our focus is to encourage our young people to be law-abiding, to protest, which they have a right to, and to ensure that all the demands they have set out is being met by the government. And anything we can do in that regard to accomplish the results for which these young people trooped out of the streets and have sacrificed their lives for is what we are going to do. We are not going to be deterred. Hausa, Igbo, Yoruba, Efik, Izon, everybody is there. Gwari, everybody is there out on the streets protesting and asking for a better society. So this very nonsensical ploy to try to infuse tribe into it, it has failed already, and it will continue to fail. We are no longer going to be divided. Everybody is suffering, and we have now come together to say we must put an end to it. They can try all they like. As the professor said, they unleashed their thugs in Abuja. Was that IPOB? They were holding Jericho rifles supplied by Israeli government to fight Boko Haram. They gave it to their thugs in Abuja to go out and kill people. That is very, very sad. That is what we are fighting against. The government is the problem. The state is the problem. Those who support this edifice of corruption called Nigeria, they are the problem. They are now playing the ethnic card. They never believed that something, this monumental revolution would have happened in their time. It is now happening, and they have to live with it. There is only one solution: meet the demands of the young people. Then they will go back home. If you do not meet it, they will remain on the streets until victory is assured. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that intervention. Now, before I come back to Chief Femi Fani-Kayode, now I want you to, because you have made it very, very clear that in your own words, at the heat of the moment, these are the words that I have noted down. At the heat of the moment, those calls or those comments were made. Can you please, in the interest of our people, now, for those that have listened to your initial message that might not have the opportunity, that we are giving the opportunity now, can you please rephrase or make your stand explicitly clear? Thank you.
My stand is that I support our young people, I support the protesters, and I also support the right of people to express their views without it being distorted. As I've said before, they cut out what I said and then quoted me out of context. If you want to know what I actually said and the context within which I made those statements and comments, you need to listen to the entire broadcast. It is called perspective, so that people can understand where we're coming from. Them cutting it this very way, they were very upset that Bola Ahmed Tinubu jumped ship and ran away from Lagos. That's entirely their prerogative. But one thing we are fighting against is corruption at all levels, regardless of who is involved. Regardless of who is involved, corruption will be fought. It doesn't matter if they're Igbo, if they're Joe, it doesn't matter if they're Ibibio, it doesn't matter where you come from. Corruption must be fought by everybody. When people try to ethnicize it, that becomes the problem of Nigeria. And that is what our young people are fighting this very day.
Thank you.
Go and listen to what I said. I am against violence of any sort. We are in alliance with Yoruba people. I love Yoruba people very, very much. I would not dream of intervening in the affairs of Yoruba people. I am a Republican. I am from Ibeku. Even in Omaha, you have a home, you have Obaka, you have Olokro. I will not be allowed, even myself, to go to Obakala.
Mobilized, and then they now started.
Sorry, can you please, can you once more, I know, can you please once more unmute yourself because someone, yes. Okay.
Thank you very much.
I have a question. I hope I will get. I hope I have the chance to ask
Nnamdi. Excuse me. I will boot. Sorry, I will boot you, Nnamdi Kanu. Please, can you hold on a moment? I will boot you out of this meeting. I've said at the beginning, if you have any question, raise your hand. Do not unmute yourself. It is very distracting when someone is speaking and someone else is interjecting. Please, if you do it again, I will put you out of this meeting. Thank you very much. Please.
Sorry about that.
Yes. Sorry, my brother.
May I proceed?
Please proceed.
Thank you very much. What we are saying is this. It doesn't matter. The problem of Nigeria is that when somebody from your tribe or your ethnicity is corrupt, you try to protect them. I am against it. I am against it, and I will fight against it. And I believe that is what the young people are fighting against right now out on the streets and sacrificing their lives in the process. I hate it. It is very, very cheap, condescending, and unbecoming of people who claim that they are learned. What we are fighting for is an equitable and just society and a future that not just ourselves, our children, but the whole of Africa will be proud of. And these brave young people now out on the streets are doing exactly that, and we must support them. If you kill them, you become my enemy. I don't give a damn who you are. Once you kill these young people, it doesn't matter if they're Hausa, if they're Fulani, if they're Bachama, if they're from anywhere in Nigeria. Once you kill them, I will despise you. I have been at the forefront of campaigning for justice for Shia Muslims. I am not a Muslim. I am not Shia. And I'm not from Southern Kaduna or from the north, as the case may be. But I have been fighting for them, and I will continue to fight for them. What I'm saying, I was quoted out of context. What I said was taken away bit by bit from the broadcast. They did their cut and paste to make it sound very horrible, to gain a greater perspective and insight into what I actually said. And under the circumstances which I said them, you must listen to the entire broadcast. And I have this to say, all of them trying as much as they can to infuse ethnicity and tribalism into this brave work that our young people are doing, they have failed on arrival. That is how Nigeria behaves. They need to, something they learned from Britain, unfortunately. They must divide you to conquer you. They now know that the South is very strong. They now know there is no enmity or any issues between the Yorubas and the Igbo'S, the Oduduwas and Biafrans, and they are doing all they can to engender one. They want to start a problem so that this very protest, this very revolution will collapse, but they have failed because people are now wiser and they are more sensible. Do you think that I will ask? My father was a traditional ruler before his demise. Are you telling me that I will give orders to people to go to the Oba of Lagos residents to go and try to desecrate it? I will not even dream about it. I won't even think about it. As I was saying before, we were somehow distracted. I am from Ibeku, in Omoahia. In that same Omoahia, there is a home. In Omoahia, there is Omoapara. In Omoahia, there is a Sirimo. In Omoahia, there is Obakala. I cannot leave Ibeku and go to Obakala and tell them what to do without them inviting me to do so. Therefore, I can never, ever. And to be honest with you, if in any way, shape, or form, what you've heard have somehow conveyed an erroneous impression of what I was saying, then I do apologize for that. But what I'm trying to say to people and what I need them to understand is this. Corruption must be fought. It doesn't matter who is involved, their tribe. The same thing that Fulani Janjaweed are doing with Buhari is what some of these people are trying to do with Tinubu. The same thing, and you're talking about a good country, a good Nigeria, whereas you are being very tribalistic about issues. In fact, I'll be very, very happy if somebody else from any other ethnic group can come and be as vocal and as vociferous as to what is happening to Biafran people. Our men were killed in 2016, a lot of them at Mpo. And might I also correct one other misleading impression that these criminals may have about what we are trying to accomplish here. I use the word our people all the time, or our men. We are all in this together, everybody. If you want a better society, if you want a better existence, if you want a better experience of life, you must support what the young people are doing. And I refer to them as our people, and they became very angry. I think some of them are slightly, should I say, envious or jealous that youths are listening to us and they are doing what they are asked to do. I think it's a bit of envy and jealousy and the need to divide the South. They have failed. They cannot succeed. There is no problem between the East and the West. Between the East, the West, which is the South and the Middle Belt, none whatsoever. And these haggard old criminals cannot succeed. They've tried this nonsense in the past. They succeeded. They divided Awolowo and Nnamdi Azikiwe. They cannot do it now. They cannot do it with this generation of 2020. They cannot do it because freedom beckons, and we are going to commit all we have to ensure that our children have a better future. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for putting that out there. Again, there is something that is very clear, whoever is listening. He said clearly, if you have misunderstood what he said, that he is sorry. That is very clear, and that must be clear to everyone. On this note, I'm going to bring my good brother and friend, Chief Femi Fani-Kayode, please. If you can unmute yourself now, you can unmute yourself and conclude your submission before the internet. Yes, you are now unmuted. Chief, you have the floor. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Let me just first of all commend the courage of Nnamdi Kanu, together with all the other freedom fighters in this country and those that have stood up for the downtrodden. I don't really see what the fuss is about concerning the statement.
Sorry, go ahead.
I'm not hearing that second. It appears that there's an interruption on the broadcast.
Please,
can you hear me?
All the co-moderators, whoever unmutes, please remove that individual, please. Thank you. Go ahead.
Can I proceed? Yes.
Yes.
So
please.
let me again start by commending the courage and the resilience of Nnamdi Kanu, together with his IPOB members, and also so many other freedom fighters in this country and people that have fought for the liberation of their people. It's very, very clear to me that what has happened in Lagos, and indeed all over the country, is something that cannot be stopped and cannot be resisted. And it's a collective. Lots of people from different groups, different backgrounds, different tribes, saying enough is enough. And for me, that's a good thing. What I don't want and what I don't believe in is anarchy, though. And I think it's very, very important that this protest, this resistance continues to be peaceful, and it shouldn't degenerate into anarchy, because that will not help anybody at all. In terms of the comment that my brother made, I, for example, have spoken on many occasions when it is that people from the Southeast particularly, or Northern Christians, or even core Northerners, or even from the Niger Delta area have been killed and slaughtered. And they have been killed and slaughtered over the last 5 years by either government agents or militias sponsored by the governments, like the Fulani herdsmen and so on and so forth. And I, as a Yoruba man, have spoken against that. And I've also condemned people, leaders from the East, from the North, and so on and so forth, without sparing any of them when these things are done to those people. So I really don't see what the problem is when a situation occurs in the Southwest and our own people are being slaughtered by security agencies, when people from the outside show legitimate concerns about mass murder and the slaughter of children who are simply protesting for their rights. And somebody from outside the Southwest now says, well, this is wrong, and perhaps gets a little bit upset and says one or two things he may not have said in terms of targeting people out of anger. And then somebody now tries to turn it into another narrative to make it look as if he's trying to infiltrate the Southwest, and then to go as far as to say that the whole thing are Igbo'S against Yorubas. Nothing could be further from the truth. This is not an ethnic struggle, what's going on right now. This is an uprising. It's like a revolution against the tyranny of this government and the tyranny of those that control this government. And there are some identifiable faces behind those that control this government. We can't run away from that. We have people like Tinubu who are involved, people like Buhari himself, some of the governors that have collaborated, and these people are perceived as collaborators with oppression. So it's perfectly natural for those that have been oppressed and killed over the years to say, look, we have had enough. And they begin to call names. It's perfectly natural. Having said that, let me also say this. It's very, very important for us to recognize the importance of having a union. And when I say that, a collaboration between all of us that are oppressed, the Southwest, together with the Southeast, for example, and I'm glad about the handshake across the night that took place in 2018, where we all came together. I'm also glad of the fact that the Middle Belt and the South-South have joined that initiative, and we're all operating with one accord. I'm glad that elements in the Core North itself have also joined us in many respects to say there must be change, there must be the right of self-determination, there must be referendums, and we must be allowed to determine whether or not this country ought to remain one and whether we want it to remain one. But what we are faced with right now is slightly different. And what it is this. What is going on is that the youth particularly have said enough is enough. And it doesn't surprise me. There's nothing that is happening today that I did not say would happen in 2015 if Buhari took power. If you go and check what I said, that there will be ethnic cleansing, there will be mass murder, there will be genocide, there will be domination by the Fulanis against everybody else, will be oppressed, will be suppressed, and the country would fall apart. And that's exactly what has happened. And unfortunately, people didn't listen at the time. Well, we're all in it now, and we all have to face it. And what is unfolding is the unraveling of the Nigerian state. If there isn't some form of compromise in terms of restraint by the government, and if these games continue, I'm assuring you things will get far worse. And let's look at what really happened in Lagos, because that's a case study. I could talk about things that have happened, in other parts of the country, because as a Yoruba man, I'm a little bit sensitive to the fact that why is it that the whole...
Go ahead.
So the whole country has suddenly come alive now, is complaining about oppression. The whole world is talking, rightly so, NSAS. But look, 2 years ago, IPOB youths were slaughtered. They were slaughtered as if they were nothing but chicken. A couple of years back, 3-4 years ago, Shia Muslims were slaughtered. A couple of years back, Northern Christians were slaughtered. And this has been going on for 5 years all over the country. It's now come to our territory. And now we've finally woken up. And in those days, when we made noise, people say, oh, you're an alarmist. You shouldn't talk about these things. Don't worry about it. It's not affecting your own people. Well, it's come home now. It's affecting us in the Southwest as well. And we knew it would happen. Now, this one is rather different. A situation where soldiers will barricade kids, surround them, trap them in, cut off all the CCTV cameras, put out the lights, and the kids sit on the floor and begin to sing the national anthem and cover themselves with the Nigerian flag, and without offering any resistance at all, and the soldiers simply point their weapons at them and begin to shoot at them, like they're shooting at rabbits in a cage. That is where we are in Nigeria today. And what happened? After they killed a few of them, the military authorities ensured that ambulances and helicopters could not get into the area because they didn't want people to know how many people had been killed, and they were trying to hide bodies. And this is what happened. And when it was all over and there was blood on the streets, people started shouting. Well, what happened since then? Nobody has come out to take responsibility. We don't even know which military officer led this team. Some say it was the senior officer, the Brigadier General Omata. Others say it's one Colonel Sage. We don't know. Nobody knows. The president has not spoken. Nothing has happened. This was genocide. This was mass murder. This was ethnic cleansing, because those people there were Nigerians, and the Nigerians are one, at least they were one. They were not just one tribe. Across tribal lines, they were slaughtered, children, and nothing has happened. President hasn't spoken. Now, that impunity and that wickedness and that cruelty is what other people have been experiencing throughout this country over the last 5 years since Buhari came in. Christmas Day 2016, Christmas Eve and Christmas Day, 800 people were slaughtered in their homes, including babies, by Fulani herdsmen in Kaduna, southern Kaduna. Nobody cared. Nobody said anything. Shia Muslims, they said 300. 1,000 were killed in one go. Nobody cared. Nobody said anything. iPod news, I go back to them, slaughtered every day. Namdi's house, Namdi Kanu's house, raided, people killed, even dogs killed. This is what has been going on for 5 years, and nobody cares. Look, I went to the Core North recently on a trip, and I'll tell you what I discovered. I discovered that Zamfara State, more people were being killed in Zamfara State on a daily basis than any other state in the Federation, 300 to 500 per day. I was amazed. The same in Sokoto. So everybody's feeling this thing, this tyranny that Buhari has foisted on all of us. And what is happening today is a resistance to that. And I'm saying that I pray to God, we keep it peaceful, we keep focused, and we keep saying that, yes, end SARS, but no, don't just end SARS, end tyranny, end tribal subjugation, end expansionist tendencies of one tribe against the other, and end the idea that we cannot sit down and talk about restructuring, and we cannot sit down and say we must self-determine. Every ethnic nationality in this country has the right to self-determine. And if we're going to stay together, let it be by choice. Don't let it be by force or by coercion. That is my view. And I'll end with this. If we don't restructure this country soon, this country will break up. And it'll be a very ugly breakup. That's number one. Number two, I'll also say this, just to round up. If the tyranny of Buhari continues, and if he refuses, I mean, listen, he has refused to address the nation. Traditional rulers are being chased out of their palaces. People are being killed every day. Mobs are roaming our streets. At least 23 states have imposed a curfew as we speak today. There is anarchy in the land. The police are going through challenges. The military has gone berserk. Everybody has gone crazy in this country. And our president has refused to speak. And you know what he's telling us by doing that? He's telling us that he doesn't care. And I sincerely hope he listens to this broadcast, but I know there's some people that are going to show this to him. And I'm saying you need to care. And you need to care fast. And if you have any doubt about the rage that people are feeling, remember this. Never has it been in our history the blood was spilt on the streets of the Southwest, particularly the Southwest. It's never happened in our history. The blood was spilt in the streets of the Southwest, and the government that was responsible for that spilling of blood lasted. It's never happened. 1966, there was a coup d'etat in this country because there was killing in 1964, and there was violence in 66, and that's when the first coup took place. May I continue? 1983, violence in the Southwest, our people were killed, blood on the streets, a coup took place. Again, it happened 1993. Again, an election was annulled. Violence took place, and people were killed on our streets. The government of the day, the president had to step aside. And there was turmoil up until 1999, when you now had to bring a Southwesterner out from jail, President Obasanjo, to be president. So it doesn't augur well. You've killed everybody, so many people in every zone of this country. Now you've brought it to the Southwest, and your soldiers did it. Until today, we have no names. Nobody has been arrested. No explanations have been made. So Olu is running around like a chicken telling lies, and nobody was killed. Tinubu is running up and down. They were the people that put this president in power. They have a responsibility to the people. They have a responsibility to us. They have a responsibility to the children that were killed to tell the truth and tell us what really happened. Nobody's talking, and we're supposed to accept it like that. Well, I don't believe in violence, but I do believe in one thing, that we must stand together, no matter what your views are, whether you believe in separation, restructuring, or even one Nigeria, which you believe can be saved by good leadership. Doesn't matter. What we have to do today is this: stand together, with our youth and resist this tyranny in a passive way and say enough is enough and speak out and support those that are saying that they will not accept this violence and this tyranny and this subjugation anymore. And I'm very proud of the fact that we have people that are ready to do that. For the first time, probably in our history, you have British MPs of Nigerian origin. I listened to a young girl, some young British girl in the British Parliament and House of Commons, speaking out openly, attacking our government and saying enough is enough. We have people, Nigerians from all over the world in the diaspora, speaking out. We have world leaders speaking out. And most importantly, we have Nigerians themselves, across party lines, across ethnic lines, across religious lines, speaking out and saying enough is enough. I'm proud of that. I'm happy that it's come to this. Let's hope it's peaceful. Let's hope that at the end of it all, things go well for our country. That's my view, and that's my contribution.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chief Femi Fani-Kayode, for that. I mean, obviously, one thing that has been very clear from the onset ab initio, irrespective of where you belong to, it doesn't matter if you want a new nation, or you are one Nigerianist, or you are a restructured Nigerianist. One thing is very clear. In Igbo, they say, the nation is not working. The nation has not worked. So there is no way the status quo that we have today would continue. So something has to give way. On that note, I'm going to bring in Dr. Sam Amadi. Please, Dr. Sam Amadi, if you can unmute yourself and make your presentation quickly. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think I don't have much to say. I'm delighted that Mazen Nandekalo made a very clear clarification. And I'm also delighted that our brother and comrade Femi Fani-Kayode has reiterated the same thing. I see, right from our days as student union leaders, NANS, and throughout, I started my career in Lagos, so I continue to see myself married. My wife speaks more Yoruba than Igbo. So I hate to see that these two very vital elements of the Nigerian transformation are something we cause a division among us. I'm very happy that Mazi has reiterated his statement, and from what I heard from him, and I believe him, he never intended to mobilize against Yoruba interests. I totally believe him, and I have already posted some of those snippets of what he said, because they make sense to me. This is a revolutionary moment, and like two of them have said it clear, even though the protests, unfortunately, largely because of government, has become slightly chaotic and violent, but we should not further damage the prospect of this moment by any form of recrimination against ourselves. So all I want to say is that let's try and get these words out there to the people, so that those who have investment and incentive to cause division, as well of first destroying this moment and then creating complications that will further push us away from the kind of change that I hear both of them talk about. So I would end on the note that please, let's get the word out there. We are one. We are yoked together by destiny, by history, by association. And if we, East, West, and South, unite, it's not against any part of Nigeria, but I'm totally in support of this structural crisis that must be resolved through deeper democratization. And that's what this moment is all about. And so let no rhetoric, let no statement, every confusion, if people misrepresent anything the country says or Chief FFK, let them make effort to restate their position, so that clarity is critical to moments like this. Revolutions require clarity, consistency, and coherence. That's all I will say. So I'm happy that this message has come out, and it's our job to take it all around so that our people will be rest assured. I've got calls from Lagos, from everywhere, from the Southeast, and say, look, I hope this is not a moment of rupture, but now I think it's a moment of convergence and strengthening of our common commitments and our historic ties. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much once more, Dr. Sam Amadi. Obviously, the reason why we have convened here is to say that the things that we've been reading, the things we've been, on WhatsApp these days, anyone who is out there that understands what's happening, it's always a case of, this is what has been said. How can you people allow this to happen? In the last couple of, honestly, I would say in the last 12 hours, the avalanche of messages and calls that many of us have received is unprecedented. And I must, on this note, thank my good brother Nnamdi Kanu and Chief Femi Fani-Kayode for honestly putting this out there. And I think Professor Olufemilade he's no longer here, that joined us from Benin City, Benedion. You know, these are the comments so far made. And for the journalists that are here, please, now it is the duty, as these clarifications has been made, that this is not what was intended. Please, it is the duty of journalists here and those in the media to go back and put the record straight. It gives no one joy to see that we will lose any life more than what we are losing now, because obviously something is not right. Something has, you know, as in the next couple, as in the, you know, in the last couple of days, we have seen what is happening. The nation is mourning. The youths are on a trajectory where they are asking questions to say, we want to be heard. And that is what is happened, that the youth are demanding something. So rather than, you know, take the demands of the youth, suddenly all we start hearing is that this has taken an ethnic dimension. On that note, before we conclude here, my co-host here, Ngozi Odimoko, please, can you come back here? Can you come back and make your closing remark before we call it a day? Ngozi Odimoko. Ngozi, can you please come back?
Ngozi was thrown out.
Can you not admit any other person until he comes in, please?
Okay.
Can he sorry, let him come back in. How come he was thrown out?
Ngozi stated on the forum that his computer was down.
Okay. That's what the last thing he communicated to me, but quickly, if he can, please, let's not admit any other person until, because the Zoom is really filled up now. So again, like I said before, while we are waiting on that, please, it is now within our rights. It is now left for us to go back and say, these comments, these statements made, as he said, these were made on at the heat of the moment. These were not intended to be conveyed and to come out, so that if you want to have what he said in the context that he said it, the whole message ought to be listened to. On that note, I will say thank you once more, everyone that has joined us today. I mean, what we are doing here is to ensure that we still have a peaceful nation. Irrespective of how we want to progress, no life needs to be lost more than what we have already have ongoing. Okay, sorry, hold on here. He's calling me back, hold on.
Hello?
Sorry about that. Sorry about that. Okay, on that note, I think there are a couple of people that I would probably give the chance to speak now. I have here Mazi Obiosuji. Obiosuji, please, not more than 1 minute. Go ahead and make your contribution. Unmute yourself and make your contribution, not more than 1 minute.
You hear me now?
Yes,
hello, can you hear me? Okay, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, I'm very pleased to have had this opportunity to have you make these clarifications. I think you're one of the most misunderstood individuals, and this includes me too. But having heard you today, sir, I want to really appreciate you. Can I just kindly please ask you for a favor, sir? I think you should be more visible and then more clear with your intentions. You do not understand, sir, how far what you have done today, how far it will go, particularly for the Igbo'S that you love so much. I tell you, sir, if not for this, it's not impossible that in days to come, Igbo's lives would have been at risk. I listened to the governor today. It was, in fact, the subtle comment he made during his interview with Arise Television. I would just suggest that, sir, if you can, go back to that interview with Arise Television. You'll find out that the so-called intelligence investigations that they want to do has to do with that particular clip, audio clip that came out. And with this, I think it does its tension. So please, sir, if I can, if it's just a favor, please be more visible wherever you are. Of course, with your life, we're trying to look after yourself. That's very important. But please, let us hear you and understand you clearly, very unambiguously. You are one of the most misunderstood people this side of planet Earth. I don't want to go into all that, so I don't take the time of other people. Meanwhile, well done, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Obiosiji. I think Mazi Ngozi Odumoko is still having some issues, but nonetheless, I would get him now to speak via. So you are now, yes, we can now hear you. Please make your intervention as you are no longer able to come in, please.
Okay, thank you. I want to thank the entire Igbo nation. I want to thank the entire Yoruba nation. I want to thank the entire Igbo nation, the Middle Belt nation. I want to thank our Hausa brothers. I want to thank men and women of goodwill. I want to thank Mazi Nnamdi Kanu for his humility, for his godliness and openness. I want to thank Chief Femi Fani-Kayode, a great man, a lover of men and God. I want to thank Dr. Femi. On this note, I want the whole world to know that the Igbo nation and the Yoruba nation are inseparable. The Igbo nation and Yoruba nation are from the same ancestral heritage, right? We share so much in common. And God in his mercy was able to establish this when Nzukumuna was able to organize handshake across the Niger. For the first time in long history, the Yoruba leaders and elders, with our great father, Dadiwa, Ruparanchi, Ayo Adebanjo, Iba Gani Adams, and all the great, even our great Oni of Ife, was able to move all the way from southwest to come and shake hands with the Igbo nation, with our leader, Chief Onyamudu. We want to thank, because this cannot come without love and understanding. Please and please, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu have shown the greatness in him by being so open to clarify things that were said that he didn't actually say that he was misconstrued. We want to thank God because we must not allow any genocide befall our people again. The Igbo nation must not suffer for what he does not know about. The Yoruba nation and the Igbo nation are bonded. I want to thank God for the love and alliance that have come to exist between the Igbo and Yoruba. And now, Omoluabi, I am an Igbo man, same time I'm an Omoluabi. I want to speak to our Yoruba people. Please, the Igbo is your brother. I want to speak to the Igbo people. The Yoruba are your brothers. We must not come together. We must not come together to face the black community in the world. It is when the Igbo and Yoruba work in unity that black men, women and men will restore their glory. God has positioned the Igbo and Yoruba to restore the glory of black people. Please, let this distortion end. Let there be no war or conflict. Let there be no looting of Igbo people's shop. Let the Igbo people don't go on social media and attack the Yoruba. This will never happen. We thank God for this meeting. We want to thank Mazi Zoke for also coordinating this meeting. I want to thank Nzuko Muna, who is the brain behind this. I want to thank Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and all of them for accepting to do this for humanity. Chief Femi Kayode, we love you. So in conclusion, I want to thank all of you, both men and women of goodwill, press and young people. The EndSARS campaign, as a young person, I'm in my early 30s. As a young person, I can tell you for free that the young people are frustrated. People graduated 10 years, 20 years, there is no job. politicians are walking around with so much, why the people who they should be looking after are hungry, suffering. You cannot continue to run a country like that. And now let me now appeal to Mr. President with every form of humility. Mr. President, please show that you're a statesman. You've been a president before in 1983. You must now show that you are for all. In your inauguration statement, you said, I am for everyone, I am for just no one. Mr. President, please don't allow Nigeria to go up in flames. Please don't run a system that is only based on Fulanization. Show that you're a true lover of humanity. You're a president, you're a father. Mr. President Buhari, remember I came to your house in Kaduna with our film in 2011 to speak to you on why we need to bond together so that we can restore the glory of God in the land. Please, it breaks our heart to see that things are going this way. In conclusion, I want to appeal to all political actors. I want to appeal to men of goodwill. The least we can do is to say so that we can have an effective and efficient system. Let power be devolved. People are asking for self-determination. It is their right. People are asking for restructuring. It is their right. People are asking for good governance. It is their right. People are asking for end to police. It is their right.
Thank you very much, Ngozi Odumuko. I think your connection obviously has gone a little bit bad. Now, we are rounding up now. I would have Nnamdi Igwe, please. You're going to be the last person to speak. Then I'll bring back Mazen Nnamdi Kanu for his concluding thoughts. Then we call it a day. Thank you very much. Nnamdi Igwe, can you please unmute yourself? Just 1 minute, straight to the point.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mazezoke, for having me on this platform. And I want to thank my brothers from Igbo Nation, my brothers from Yoruba Nation, my brothers from other parts of Nigeria. I want to, my heart goes out for the people, young people, and all the people who have lost their lives, from the shooting of the EndSARS, movement. The movement was peaceful, and it is for the interest of Nigeria. It is for a good governance, and is united. Everybody was involved. The Igbo'S, the Yorubas, the Bibios. So and there is bonding. So we should be happy that our young ones, our youths are out there doing a peaceful movement. I want to condemn the shooting of the EndSARS youths. They are our children, and the army must not do that. The government should stand up and make sure that those responsible for the shooting, even the SARS people who have been killing people, the brutality must end, and we need good governance. I want to pass a message of unity, to everybody. Both all the Nigerians, we all want good governance. We want a better society. We want a place where we have good schools, good hospitals, good electricity, and good roads. We want a better society. We should unite. Please, our Yoruba people, we are not against you. Our Igbo people, we are friends, and the Hausa people, we are friends.
Thank you very much.
Please, the enemies of the society, those are the people we're all united on this meeting. And I want to thank everybody I've spoken here, Nnamdi Kanu and everybody. Let's unite and face our common enemies. Nigeria must be a better place for us. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Nnamdi Igwe. On that note, I would want to give the parting word to allow our brother, Mazen Nnamdi Kanu, who in his statement that has been misconstrued and the opportunity he has availed of, he has availed us to actually hear exactly what he intended by those statements. You see, it would have been a different thing altogether if he came up to this platform and reaffirmed those things, then it would have been a different thing. But here you can see, and we use the opportunity to call on everyone watching this program now, everyone that will watch the program thereafter, to note that the Igbo'S, or that no one has the intention to cause anarchy, because we all saw how this thing started EndSARS. Many people, as many of you who watch me know, even in Anambra State, my home state, that we have in Okozo, where people are being killed. We have in 2009, 10, 11, 12, when in Ezu River, I think there was a time Mazi Nnamdi Kanu actually visited Ezu River. These are human beings that they shoot them, just pack them like sardines into a river, and they'll be floating on top. And when the youth said, it is our right to dress right, it is our right to actually be human, what they are asking, that is the basic fundamental in human life, the right to stay alive, the right to stay alive. Now, moving away and trying to move this whole basic right and basic demand that they've been demanding for the last 2 weeks to say, oh, there is now an ethnic coloration to it, it is best can be described as very mischievous. On that note, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, if you can please unmute yourself for your closing remark. Thank you very much.
Thank you, my dear brother. Thank you. I want to thank everyone who participated today, especially my dear friend and brother, Chief Femi Fani-Kayode, and even the professor that spoke earlier, and my dear brother, Ngozi Odumoko, and your good self for the excellent work that you've done and you will continue to do in time to come. I want to state very categorically that they will not succeed. They want to divide us. That's what they want to do. They've been playing these games before. The mistake that the Nigerian government and their backers made is to underestimate the intelligence and the resoluteness of our young people out there. They are all graduates, most of them. Some of them are even PhD holders. They are highly intelligent, very, very articulate, and they are savvy. They used SARS on us, it did not work. They used their thugs, it failed. They tried their lies, the usual narrative, it did not work. They used the army and they failed woefully. And we knew they were going to play the ethnic, the tribal game. That's what they've always done. That is how they have held us in bondage for 60 years, playing these same cards. But these people are now well learned, and they have realized that this nonsense can no longer continue. They will try religion. Religion is going to come. And I'm sure they're doing those things in Kanu as well. They're killing our people in Kanu State, and it will not work. Once we defeat them, now we have defeated their tribal card, it has failed. They will try one more religion. Once that fails, you will see that Nigeria will be a better place for everybody. We must remain very strong and very resolute. I will not, I repeat, I fight for people all over the world. I hate injustice. I would not knowingly denigrate nor look down on anybody or any group of people. It is not in my nature, and I will not do it. They can go and cut my speech and cut and paste it to try to make it sound very awful. As you have quite rightly reiterated, if you want to know the context under which I made those comments, please go and listen to the whole tape. We are in this together. It doesn't matter if you're Biafra, if you're Dudwa, if you're Middle Belt. It doesn't matter if you're Igbo, if you're Yoruba, if you're Hausa, if you're Fulani. We're in this together. We have defeated them. 2 more games that we'll play. In fact, there's only 1 more left. The tribal nonsense is dead today. They will play religion, and after that, you will have a beautiful Nigeria with 24 hours of electricity. I thank you very much, my dear brother. Thank you very much indeed. And to our listeners, thank you.
Thank you very much for that wonderful concluding thought. And on that note, I would say I would no longer keep us here more than necessary. I know many of you would want to say something, but please bear with us, because the intention here is to use this opportunity to make clarifications and to assuage the minds of the people who suddenly have woken up and see their neighbors that they've lived in peace for decades, if not centuries, suddenly look at them as those that want to take up their land. No one, no Igbo person is interested in taking up anything anywhere. And please, we must note this. Those of you who are still sharing the old clip, please cease from doing that. Now you have the most up-to-date clip to share, make this go viral, where you can now tell those naysayers to say, look at what Mazi Nnamdi Kanu has said. He has actually said and rather he has actually apologized by saying, if, that is conditionality, if you have misconstrued what he said or the intent in that statement, please forgive. On that note, I will say he is forgiven, and we all will now march forward to demand to be treated better, and we demand that the nation must be governed better. On that note, I will say thank you very much for being part of this conversation this afternoon. May God bless us all once more. I remain Mazi Tochukwu Ezoke. Have a wonderful.
For those of you asking of the recording will be shared. Maz, you need to confirm that. Yes.
Yeah, the recording is already streamed on YouTube. So go to Endangered Media on YouTube, you watch it there. Thank you very much.
Let's see. My name is Chief. My comment Chief on your record. I'm in the state. I've been in the Benedict. I'm Are you serious? Former Elizabeth Hospital. You know, you need to, anyway, we need people in different places. Yes. We need different help. Yeah. Please, I'd like to remove my cap. And how are you? No. I got my interview and that's super came Sunday, okay. So, my name is Chidi. I am Dr. Chidi. For the purposes of this discussion, I'm going to be speaking as the owner of Worship Media. Worship Media is a multimedia company. We're into film production, we're into content that stirs you into thinking. And we have been following you. We've posted a lot of the things that you have been doing around. We admire you so much. We're full of respect for you. And we really wanted to be part of what is going on. So we have pleaded with the organizers and they allow us and they gave us that privilege. So I personally consider it a very big privilege to be sitting next to you. You must forgive me sometimes because I see you in so many ways. You are a leader and a highly respected person, but then you're just an ordinary young man like me. So, and when I say you are an extraordinary person, brilliant, intelligent, and I accord you the full respect of the leader of the group that you lead and for what you have achieved, I really do respect you. But why I like to see you from the perspective of a young man like me is because that inspires me and that inspires people of my generation. I like to present it that way so that they can see that there is no excuse they have in not being able to do what you are doing and even being able to do much more than what you have done. So please forgive me if I oscillate between those viewpoints of view. Let me go straight into the interview. I don't want to sound stupid because I know what you stand for. Prior to you having the run-ins that you had with the Nigerian government, to the point where you were kidnapped by the Nigerian military. But why are you angry? Why are you upset?
Anybody who is, anyway, first of all, thank you very much for having me. And while I acknowledge many of the compliments that you paid me, one I have to respectfully decline is the issue that I'm a young man and not young. I'm old because I am in my early 50s. But of course, the very good thing as well, where we come from, when you're older than somebody by 2 years, you say that person is a small boy, a small girl, as the case may be. It's very African. Yes. Thank you very much. Anybody who is unfortunate enough to have encountered Nigeria, at least from 1970, should I say from 1966 as a matter of fact, should be very angry. My anger is wasn't generated spontaneously. It's something that came over many years and many decades of brutal oppression and repression of our people. Something that I witnessed as a child immediately after the war. How my village was turned upside down by the same Nigerian military. So the encounter in my house on the 14th of September of 2017 is nothing new. It's something that we've become accustomed to. The military coming into villages and doing whatever they like. Because in their eyes, we're a conquered people. And when you're a conquered people, you have only one avenue, which is to fight back. And in most instances, the only fuel that you need is the rage and anger you feel, not against them, but against the injustice and the system of oppression which they have come to represent. Mine is more like righteous indignation. I'm not happy about the level of repression, the level of mediocrity, the level of poverty, the level of hopelessness and also backwardness, not just in Nigeria but across the entire sub-Saharan Africa. Okay. And it gives me a cause for concern because some of the universities that the leaders of the civilized world attended, we're in Canada today, most of the universities that they went to, some of these African leaders went to the same schools as well. So I'm beginning to wonder, when they taught the same subjects or the same discipline, why must things be different? Why must we be so backward in Africa? Why don't we have any pride, no shame, nothing? So the source of my anger is quite numerous. It's not just one. But the silver bullet for me is Biafra. The emancipation of the people of Biafra will put to bed most of these rather negative things that we've come to associate with black people and black mentality. So mine is way deeper than what other people see. The fact that we are the lowest people in the world by virtue of every human measurement or indices. We are the lowest of the low. The poorest countries of the world are in Africa. The most repressive, backward regimes in the world are in Africa. The most politically naive people are in Africa. That gives me a cause for concern, and that is why I'm very angry.
Prior to the movement, the IPOB movement, I followed you, I went back to study you, and there was a time when you were on the streets of UK charging other Nigerians, not actually carrying the Nigerian flag. So it looked to me like, I just want to be able to understand. I saw you then trying to defend Nigeria, and at what point did it for you where you said, you know what, I am done with these people?
In defense of Nigeria wouldn't sound quite right. Okay. I think that most people that refer to that video or that very gathering in London, which I organized, quoted me out of context.
I arranged or I organized a protest in London.
Okay.
That encompassed everybody who claims he or she is a Nigerian, to campaign against or to speak out against what Boko Haram was doing, against the imperialist Fulani oligarchy. Most people came because they felt aggrieved. They said they were Nigerians and they wanted to come to be part of it. I consulted far and wide, and I spoke at that very occasion as well. It wasn't intended to convey any sense of patriotism on my part towards Nigeria, not at all. We were reacting to a series of events that shouldn't have happened in the first place. In this instance, what the Boko Haram people were doing to innocent people back home, especially the Igbo'S that were massacred in Madala, if I'm not mistaken. So that gave birth to it. And also, it served a very useful purpose, to gauge the sincerity of Nigerians towards fighting what was obviously a menace, an evil, more or less. But as time went on, I discovered that the country was unsalvageable. They're trying to campaign for equity and justice Nigeria-wide was an exercise in futility. That narrowing things down to your own people, you have found a better way of doing things rather than trying to save those who are unsavable, so to speak.
During the Python dance, you were harassed, your members were killed, you were kidnapped, nobody knew where you were, your parents were tortured, your dog was shot. Why are you still doing what you're doing? Why are you not scared? What is driving you?
As I said, it is righteous indignation. I believe that the only people that could possibly make positive and lasting impact in the lives of black people, Biafrans, no other people can do it. Only us can in Africa. We have a divine mission, a purpose. The reason I tend to approach my belief in Biafra and what I do, or my tenacity, if you put it that way, to my reading of the promise of God on the lives of Biafran people. In other words, what we are doing is not temporal. It is spiritual. That I am the way I am is because God allowed me to be so, in order to fulfill this very purpose, in order to carry out this very mission. And that is why we are not going to stop, and that is why IPOB is virtually indestructible by man. And that is why I speak with every certainty and authority that Biafra will come, because I will never ever stop. Regardless of the obstacle, regardless of the attempt at inducement, regardless of the frustrations, regardless of the lies, there is nothing on this earth. If you bring me the sun and the moon, I won't stop until Biafra comes. Because I understand what Biafra represents. People don't. I do. That Biafra is the only singular hope for black people on this very earth. Without Biafra, there is no God. But I know there is, and that's why Biafra will.
You sound very, very convinced in what you're saying. But let me ask you, and that's a little confusion. Has Biafra become a religion? And I'm going to ask you, I'm going to tell you why I say this. When IPOB is conducting their evangelism, and when you are gathered at the end of
You know, from time to time you say things like "ise," and I want an explanation, because some people think, are you trying to mix? Just let me hear from you. Explain to us why you have to say "ise" and why you seem to adopt some kind of religious rites of the Jewish faith. What is IPOB turning into? Or what is it? I just want people to understand what is going on.
IPOB is a political, social, and spiritual movement. He say is what our ancestors used to say when they prayed. In terms of the accusation of Judaism, or should I say the coloring of Judaism, what we do, are people that don't quite understand what it means to be a Biafra. Before the white man came, there's a place called Arochukwu.
Yeah.
In that Arochukwu, there was a temple. Our ancestors used to go there. They used to send their first, every family would send their first son to go to Arochukwu to go and study the scriptures. And at Arochukwu, we used to worship Chukwu Hikabia. If you're familiar with the cultures of the Benda people, Arochukwu for instance, and Ohafia and Dabre, but there's something called Benda Warders, I'm sure you know it. Mm-hmm. If you listen to them very well, the first person or the first entity they call is Chukwu Hikabia, even before they go into battle in those days. Because remember that Arochukwu was filled with Igbo people, but they were driven out as the Igbo'S came. Yeah. In Arochukwu we had a temple. We worshipped only one true God. One true God. We circumcised on the 8th day after a male child is born. The only other people that does that are the Jews. Exactly. We use the names we give our children to praise Almighty God in heaven. What is your name again?
That means God is good.
Who are the only other people that praise God with the name they give their children?
I know the Jews do that.
Absolutely. Because Jesus, which is Yeshua, means Chizoba. That's what it means. Which is an Igbo name, which is a Biafra name.
So, in effect, what you're trying to say is that IPOB, or the gospel of IPOB, is a gospel of going back to what Biafrans were originally, and not really about adopting another person's religion.
Absolutely. The talit that we wear is Akwamini. It's everywhere. If you grew up in the village, you see old people wear it in those days. Yeah. It's there.
My grandfather had.
Eri, that is mentioned in the Bible. There is a place called Omo Eri. The children of Eri. Where the Star of David was buried that the British found in 1952 and incorporated into their coin that they used in Nigeria. These things are there. They are historical facts, indelible. This idea that we should be ashamed of who we are, I find very pathetic. When a Fulani man pledges allegiance to Saudi Arabia and Islam, there is no question. But when we identify with our own people, the Jews of Israel, then there is a problem. I think there is something wrong with people that make such distinction, not us. We are on the right path. And that is why I said IPOB is indestructible, because the hand of God is in it.
Thank you. Do you see IPOB as a leading force in bringing in the restoration of Biafra, whereby you also accommodate other people who seem to be fighting for the same cause? Or do you see anybody who is not fighting on the side of IPOB as anti-Biafra?
If you're not fighting with IPOB, then you are misguided. I wouldn't call you anti-Biafra, but I would say that you're doing it the wrong way. And that is why there is no preeminent movement of this sort that Elohim has managed to build in IPOB anywhere in the world. I am in Canada. I'm not sure there is any other so-called pro-Biafra group that can tour the world the way that I do and be received in every country with such enthusiasm as I have been received, not just in the United States of America, but also here in Canada. These are some of the pointers and factors that one needs to look at before trying to judge. People sometimes get up in the morning and say, I want to form a movement. I never wanted to lead IPOB. I never started off to form any IPOB, but it was created by the Almighty himself. And here we are today. That very promise of Biafra restoration, in truth and in every honesty, is what we pursue. Others may try, but they can never be like us, because we have the key.
Recently, some other groups, some other tribes, I don't know the authenticity of it, but it's been circulating that some people are trying to also campaign for their own secession or independence from the Nigerian, from Nigeria as a country. Can you speak to that?
I can, insofar as I say welcome to them. They were those at the forefront of the smear campaign to discredit IPOB, to tag me a madman and all the rest of it. But after about 7 years, they've come to their senses. They've now realized that IPOB and its leadership has been right all along. Now, that thing we saw 7, 9 years ago, they're only seeing now. So we are the visionaries. We see things that others can't see. And that is the good thing about IPOB. Eventually, they'll also come to agree that Buhari is dead and buried in Saudi Arabia, that the young man, the 45-year-old that you're seeing there, heavily made up to look like Buhari, is indeed Jubril Amini, Sudani from Sudan. It may take time, but the truth will be revealed. That I can assure you. We see things that people don't see. Not because we're any different or exceptional, but because we have that very gift. Because Chukwu Gikabia is in charge of IPOB. I'm not ashamed of saying it. When I get interviewed by Europeans, by other media outlets in the West, I tell them the same thing. Without God, Biafra cannot come. As simple as ABC. If those seeking to push us towards the realm of, secularity, so to speak, those that want us to be secular, away from all these things, then I ask them, why do you name your children Chukwude? Why must God be central to everything that you do? Why don't you name them something like, the right man as a stone and the rest of it? So we cannot deny who we are. It's about time we stood up and be very proud of our heritage.
Thank you so much. I know you've had a very busy day. I don't want to keep you, but can you plot for us what is the trajectory? Where is IPOB going to?
We're heading towards freedom.
When do you think this will come?
It depends on when the time is right. It's not for us to decide. Our duty is to keep pushing. And that I assure you we're going to do until Biafra is restored. We cannot stop. We cannot
seek to slow down what they're doing, we are going to continue until we succeed. Nothing can stop us. We don't know when, but it's not going to be long.
I'm going to ask you a question that I'm not sure I'm going to get an answer to, but permit me to ask you, because it's a big puzzle. The last time during the what was it, Python dance operation, the last time we saw you was you were outside. You know, there was a video of you talking about how, look at what they did to my people, you know. And then we saw another video of bombarding of your house, you know. We didn't see you, we didn't hear from you. And the next time we were to hear from you was in Israel. Can you tell us what happened between that time?
I was taken away by my men. I lost a bit of them.
Sorry, can you say that again?
I was shielded from the onslaught of the enemy that resulted in the death of my man. And I sustained injuries. I was taken away from my compound and secured somewhere, and then made my way to Israel.
So you guys said it for the first time on Worship Media, what actually happened to Nnamdi Kanu after the Scorpion Dance invasion, because it's been a big mystery, but today we've revealed it to you. So I feel privileged that you're actually talking about it like this, because there are so many conspiracy theories about it, and I personally was very worried when Uchemefo, who I must commend, is a very fantastic human being, because even though I was not a member of IPOB, the way he handled things here, and I confronted him with the question when he was here. I said, "Where's Nnamdi Kanu?" And he just said, "Chidi, why don't you go ask the people that bombarded his residence?" So, but when you finally surfaced in Israel, it was a big relief to a lot of us here. I want to let you know that there was a day. You remember, I called Jerry, I called Emenike, I called Fabian, and we're all crying on the phone. It was like, told them, man, I'm not sure this guy is alive. And that's how passionate all of us are here. And we all have this Biafra in our heart. I'm a child of the Biafran War. I was born 1969, the day they bombed the Elizabeth Hospital in Umuahia. I've said that story a lot of times. My mother, they just removed me from my mother's womb and kept me in a crib. And while the doctors were stitching her up, the Jets fighters came, and then they started shooting. Yeah, shooting everywhere. And the doctors abandoned my mom, and she clutched her tummy, which was still open. She rolled up from the theater, went and dragged me down from where I was and lay over me while all that was happening, until the doctors that survived, because a lot of them were killed, until they came back and continued. So that's why the Biafran story is something that I don't joke with, and that's why I'm passionate about that. On behalf of Worship Media and all of our followers, I really want to thank you for what you do. We may all not agree 100% on everything, and I think there's room for that, but the passion is the same thing. Like Tim Okafor had said before, I contested for governorship under African Action Congress, but that was my way of trying to also show resistance with what was happening back home and my displeasure. But I want to really thank you for what you do, and I want to pray that your mission will be successful, and we will continue to support in whatever way possible. And now, a lot of our viewers said I must ask you about the story that was online, the video that's circulated. But you'd be surprised when the video came out, instead of there being a lot of negative things about it, a lot of our female viewers just said, "Oh my goodness, they never knew you had that soft part." Yes, you are very, very romantic. But would you want to say anything about that video? Was it fake? Was that really you, or was it photoshopped?
No, it's me. It was in my phone that was stolen in 2013 that found its way into the hands of DSS, and they wanted to embarrass me. But we've proven to them that nothing like that can ever say. It doesn't matter what people do. Seriously speaking, it doesn't matter what they come up with. We just continue doing what we're doing. It was very low of them to do it, but I also thank them for doing it, because at least now, I'm sure most people that didn't know me before now, they know. Most people that never knew how beautiful my wife was now know how beautiful she is. So that's the thing. So there's a silver lining somewhere.
Yes.
Yeah, they'll keep trying. Try all these nonsense now and again, but we continue.
Yeah. And thank you so much. And a lot of people don't think that, see, that man is always shouting, that man is always. I mean, to see you this close and see that you're a handsome man, and then you're calm, and you're actually soft-spoken, it's all very surprising to me. But I really commend you for that, and thank you so much for coming to speak with us on Worship Media. Thank you, and please keep doing what you're doing. We support you in every way. We're inspired by what you're doing, and we'll continue to assist every way. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you for having me. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And from all of us here in Worship Media, this is Chidi signing out. Thank you.
Charlie Papa, moi Papa, oh, Charlie Papa, moi Charlie Papa, moi Papa, oh, Charlie Papa, moi Ipayame mara medawasi ewada wachirami. Ipayame mara medawasi medopa. Tamuno te tamuno bo obasi zizio temeho meka oh. Mi melo anio, I say jala ludo, I say you're at your phone. Damn oh, mega oh. Kali papa moesia papa oh. Jolly papa moesia ahe. Jolly papa moesia papa oh. Jolly papa moesia ahe.